I think we're live. Or at least I hope we're live. Because today is yet again another day where we're going to be seeing our cryptos probably do some real crazy things. Now, I streamed a bit later because I thought, you know what? If I call the hotel, if I tell them, please clean up my room, it's not like it's that dirty, but hey, you know what? I've been streaming the whole day yesterday, and I was planning to do the same today. When are they going to come? I called him. And then I go downstairs and I ask him again, can they come clean the room now? So I can go out for like 40 minutes or something. They're like, yes, they'll come right now. I come back after 45 minutes. Room's still dirty. I go down asking, they're like, oh, we don't know. I just quickly went to check. No, they're not in front of my door. All right? And it's not that big a deal, but I just threw my entire freaking sheets off the bed thinking, she needs to know these need to be changed. And now I will have to face the repercussions. Regardless though, lads, boys, how's everybody been doing? You guys are okay? You guys doing bad? We have about 250 people instantly hop in the stream. Everybody, if you've not done it yet, make sure you press that like button. And again, we're going to get some interesting situations going today. Because, the crypto market's been in a very interesting situation overnight. All right, many of our most favorite coins might have not done that well. We'll take a look. So, ETH, it's up tremendously. 36.10. When I looked earlier this morning, it was still 35 something. So, that has again recovered quite nicely. XRP. A lot of you guys were texting me, Dusty, are we going? When it comes to bull markets, we warned about this yesterday. You have to understand that sometimes there will be a little bump in the road. Just a little teeny tiny bump in the road. And ultimately, that should be seen as an opportunity. Now, I will address that a bit later. First of all, I want to address a little elephant in the room. I made a video yesterday that I thought was pretty funny. It was a video where I was going over the XRP all-time high. And one of the most common comments was, well, we didn't really even hit an all-time high. And I don't mind when people say that, but I want you to understand, right? Even though I'm not a financial advisor, I will never advise. Why are we lagging? We lagging, boys? Or are we good? My stream says we're completely good, but on YouTube it says turning. Uh-oh. Whenever that happens, I'm always afraid they've taken me down or something like that. But you guys are commenting good. So I can't see myself, but I think if you all are commenting that, we're good. So what I was going to say is, I need to rectify the situation. I'm not a financial advisor. I will never make any guarantees to you. But what I can do is just simply fact check things, right? And so when I last night said that XRP hit a new all-time high, a flood of minions came in to say, actually the all-time high is a different number. And now, even though everybody's opinion should be valid, right? Everybody is entitled to have an opinion. Some are just more wrong than others. And in this case, if you had that opinion, yours is wrong. And that's about it, I don't want to beat around the bush. Why? Dusty, how did you come to this conclusion? How did you get to this situation? Well, we have the freaking CTO of Ripple, right? Did I unfollow him by accident? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe it's just a little bit laggy. He himself explained this a while back. So for all of you that are unsure about my words, do you not, like the words of the maker of XRP, one of the co-creators of the XRP ledger? I don't know. Anyway, so Only Good Vibes said 3.84 is not all-time high for XRP. Asked David himself, he would agree. I had a long conversation with a person thinking this was true. Had to inform the fact Korean exchanges rates misled people. Some need to do their homework again. Ask David Schwartz, he'll tell you himself. And he indeed stated that is often reported as the all-time high, but you could not actually sell XRP for 384, nor did you have to pay 384 to buy it. That number included inflated amounts due to the use of official currency exchange rates for Korean exchange rates. So essentially, even though you might argue that it is true, it never really happened. There is an argument to be made, but I still personally don't consider this to be the truth. And 𝗕𝗓𝗪𝗏 has the same situation because even though people keep saying it, it's not the real all-time high. It's not what anybody really has properly seen. Oh, we got 420 right now. Oh, this is a juicy stream already. I can feel the energy. I can feel it, you know? Sometimes you just feel when it's gonna be a good day. When it's gonna be a good day. Let me close the curtains. Because obviously we can't have, see what I mean? What, like my stream is loading right there. You can see it. Normally this also keeps moving over. Oh. Let's do a quick little question. All right. Out of all y'all, who right now is up? Who right now is down? Because XRP fell a couple of cents overnight. And some of you guys must be shaking in your boots. No. I see this all as opportunities. Some people out here were able to buy below my yellow line. Matter of fact, did my buy get triggered? Oh! My buy got triggered. Remember last night when we set up a buy at 336 or something like that? Whoa! Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I never knew that. Wait a minute. Where can I find that? Oh, this is hard to find. No, I can't find it right now because I've done too many orders in the past, right? We also have all these canceled orders, these little buys and all that stuff. These sells for XRP for just a few thousand pennies. Oh, but remember, who was here when I opened these orders and the price barely just didn't hit it back then? We bounced off of it. But now, just last night, they got filled and we're back up. We're back in the game, baby. Woo! We're back in the game. Man, I went outside to go walk on the beach for a little bit to wait for the cleaning lady to come, who never came. But now my feet are completely sanded out, like fully. And every single time I think, it's done probably. Nope, there's more sand. Ray says he's still awake. Some of you guys, who was here last night? How many of y'all were here last night? Let me quickly get a thing going. Oh, loads of you, boatloads of you were here last night. Diamond says, every time I buy, the average goes up, even without selling. Obviously, yeah, that's the curse, I guess, of ever-increasing prices. But I want to remind everybody that even though I am a degen that's going to be buying even as high as right here, I also have, crossed the temptation to actually sell some. Remember, guys, we took about $40,000 worth of profit, mostly at this top right here at 365 or 366 in XRP. And again, for that reason, because I sold like, I don't know, 60K, maybe, I don't know how much of a position we sold, maybe 100K at the top, maybe something like that. We right now also were able to buy another 60,000 at the bottom. And from that bottom, we are up how much? We're up right now about 3% or so over the past 2 or 3 hours. Ray has been here since Monday. Damn. Let me see. I need to start, once hey, Mrs. XRP is also back. I'm starting to remember some of y'all, but anyway, there's so many, right? So many of the real Chads. Ronald back in. Sun God, what's up? I trust CMC and Binance over CTO of Ripple. Illuminar says, you don't even have a pool to jump into. Yeah, this is a problem, right? But there's good news, and the good news is I get to stay in my room. The power of negotiation. I came downstairs a bit angry now, though. They say, like, not angry, like, but like, what? They didn't come to clean my room. What happened? But it's like, oh, okay. I'm like, no, that's bad. Oh, okay, I'll call now. I said, no, I just want to report it. They can't come anymore. I gotta do stuff. Another one. I announced a little giveaway over on. I don't want to say that word. I don't want to say those words too much, right? I don't want to say the G word, the giveaway word. Why? Because sometimes I feel as if YT doesn't like it too much, and I gotta be a bit careful. But I announced one on X just last night, and I think maybe in like 10 hours or so, we'll announce some of the winners. It's just 300 schmeckles. And we'll just give it away to like 10 people or something, or maybe 15 people, $20, whatever you guys want. And some people, how do we pick? I don't even know. I don't think of those things before. We can use Grok. We can just use Y'all have to guess a random number or something. We pick a random pick. I don't know. What a good trade just now, guys. Oh, I'm happy with that. That's random. I woke up forgetting all about that. I think it was 61,000. I can look back at my stream and see how much we placed. Let me look back at the stream. Let me see here. Out of my 9.45 hours, let's see how much I placed. It was... Here you go. It was a $57.7 thousand buy at 338. That was good. That was a good buy. So a little bit higher than I expected, but hey, still good regardless. Amazing. This is what you get. But now, I woke up really feeling I should be getting myself even more positions. Somebody said, ignorantly, if it doesn't break a new all-time high today, it's over. So maybe you're new to the markets, but let me tell you one thing. Even if it doesn't break an all-time high for 2 more weeks, it's definitely not over. Why? If you think about it, and I really want you to properly think about this one. Really properly think about it. Every single bull market lasts a few months. Actually, matter of fact, it lasts 3 years, but the good part lasts a few months. Of that, the real altcoin season is what? 3 weeks, maximum like 2 months of real crazy stuff. We've not been busy with it yet, right? This is good parts of the altcoin season, the few months, but not the peak of it. And then again, it could be that yesterday was day 1, or maybe like day 2 of a really, really crazy spree, but we can't tell yet. And that's the stupid thing. You can't tell if you're in the craziest bonkers of prices or if you're in a good price, right? You do not know that up front or in a good wave, basically. You only know that afterwards. That is the curse that we've got right here. The fact that we will only know if this was the peak after it has already peaked. Y'all? All right, you get it? You get it? You get it. Now, I have a couple of interesting tweets I want to quickly showcase to y'alls. All right, give me a second to find them. Give me a second to find them. Give me a second to find some of these. So, first off, we got this one right here. 𝗵𝗁𝗃 again, he basically made the interesting post last night, which was adding to winners when given the opportunity. And I thought that was a pretty cool post because, well, ultimately, if you're in a situation where everything is popping off, most of the time, it turns out, and again, this is not financial advice. I'm never making any guarantees to you. This is just my own opinion. It turns out that it was a good idea to add to whatever was doing well. And this might be counterintuitive because you're up in your average price. You are, adding to something that's already pumped. But the counter is, in good markets, there's, like I said before, 2 main ways to trade. Value, some TI, whatever stuff, but basically value or momentum. Momentum is you buy into whatever is working well, expecting it to do better. Value is you buy into something that could be at any state, but is just undervalued relative to where it should be. Undervalued seems to be more like Ethereum right now as a play. Momentum seems to be coins like XRP Indeed, coins like IOTA, coins like of that sort that have been going nuts. Why? Because people tend to buy things that have done well, and so they will keep doing well. Yesterday was such a great day. Man, I think this is still a pretty great day. For a lot of people, their average is below like 50 cents. Do you guys remember in what year you first got started with this crypto stuff? John says, how can you make trades on Uphold? Cost me so much. I never trade Uphold. I never use Uphold ever in my life. Because they failed to, I wanted to do something with Uphold, but they failed to verify my account time and time and time again, even though I did everything right. And I said, you know what, Uphold, go suck a dick, You've lost my business. I don't like them. 2010, Mario says. History versus 2020. Paul says about at 0.32, but the euro one. Yeah, and a lot of people were commenting also that XRP hadn't peaked yet in euros. But, you know, I get that, but I also kind of don't care. Even though I'm a euro baby, you know, I love the euro. I love looking at the euro. I don't really care about it for our crypto prices, if I'm being completely honest with you. Carl says, I got an XRP 2 weeks before the lawsuit. So lawsuit was the what? 22nd of December 2020 or 21st of December, something like that. 2 weeks before that. Christmas Day portfolio was down a lot. I doubled down at like 0.17 or something like that, right? Because I think XRP went to 0.17 after the lawsuit, and the lowest it went was 0.11, I think, in March 2020. And the second lowest was probably after the lawsuit, somewhere it dipped at, I think, 17 cents or something like that. 2030, before Christ. It's not really what it's not, but I always like to say it like that way. I even built a mining PC to mine BTC. Damn. Dogecoin and 𝗕𝗓𝗪𝗏 since 2019. Yeah, you know, 𝗕𝗓𝗪𝗏 used to be one of my favorite coins to cover as well. I used to always make Cardano and 𝗕𝗓𝗪𝗏 coverage. Like a video covering both. But nowadays, not so much anymore. Look how the TVL is mirroring the XRP price. Which TVL? XRP TVL? Regardless, let's move on. John says, bought 21K worth of XRP at 0.21 and have only been holding. Is that bad strategy or should I be trying to trade? No, I think you've got a pretty solid move there, John. I mean, you know, this is the funny thing, right? When it comes to people that make astronomical decisions, in this case here, this person bought at 21 cents, was able to hold it to what, like $3.50. Let's say it's a 15x or so. So they've been able to turn their 20K to what, maybe 350,000, something like that. And if you're telling me then, oh, should I? You've been doing an amazing job. So if you want to increase the risk, which again, I'm not your financial advisor, you do as you please. You could through some ways. On the counter, if you just want to stay with the system that's apparently worked for you, well, you've got it. Bossa says, do you think we go to extreme greed? Of course. Oh, shit, my camera's stuck. You're asking me if I think we'll go to extreme greed? For sure. What do you mean? That is not even a question. We go to extreme greed all the time. Extreme fear, extreme greed, both of them will be seen time and time again, yeah. Dusty, do you think we'll pump from the Genius Act signing in 45 minutes? It's a difficult one, because why would we pump? I mean, it's already been voted on, and Trump is going to sign all these crypto things anyway, so what's the interesting thing? XR is back saying, the man is back with the live. What's happening, dude? Hope you're doing good. I'm doing fantastic. I woke up today with XRP below $3.40. I'm not going to lie, a little... You know, almost some came out my other side. Why? I was like, shit. You know, I think it's just a logical reaction to see the price go down. I had a little doo-doo, like one little extra pump or so, one little extra beat to send all the freaking blood through my body. A little bit extra towards my brain, I think. Just a little. And then I realized, wait a minute. Because the funny thing is, part of my brain didn't really fully understand that XRP now is above $3 something. So when I saw $3.30 something, one part of my brain thought, we're at freaking all-time territory almost. And the other side was like, oh, we've fallen a lot since yesterday. And then I realized, we're down like what, 10%? But 30 cents nowadays feels like nothing no more. But back then, 30 cents used to be huge. And like I said, the counters also, man, when I saw that, I was all over the floor with that. Diamond says it's going to be big for crypto when he signs. It'll go mainstream. Just my opinion. You know, I do get you. I do get where you're coming from. But on the opposite side, I don't know how big a deal it really is. History says, I've been using the Pionex XRP M bots. Have doubled the XRP I put in for trading. You know, I always use USDT, but I've told y'all before, right, that for the most part, all I do on here on these platforms is just all the dollars I have left, right? I use them to just make even more with. So I tend to not go for some of the other strategies, but I told you before, we can actually do quite a lot of cool things. So for example here, what coin margin means, the difference between USDT margin and coin margin, by the way, if you're wondering, it cares about the US dollar value of it. Here it cares about the XRP, for example. So if I were to open an XRP bot, XRP margin, which I should do actually, right? If we open one, which I've never done myself. I've never done that. So here it says, I'll show you. Here it says XRP to BTC, XRP USDT, XRP to PUSD, who's gonna never do that, and XRP coin margin. So the reason this is nice is because we can actually put in XRP and it's going to also increase our XRP. Again, never done that, but I should just quickly transfer over some XRP and do that. You know what, let me just, I should actually just, let's just trade some. I should trade some dollars. But the problem is, I never want to open a small XRP bot. But I don't know if I have a lot to my account to do that. I might have only have like 20K. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a 20K bot then. It's okay. I'll just mark it by $20,000 here. Let's do. We could do 5,000 XRP. You know, that's what, 17,000. That's good enough. Okay, just quickly bought 5,000. I'm just buying it on the open market here, by the way, just spot, which I've also never really gone for. All right, let's go and get ourselves. I hopefully have got it. No, it's an order still. Okay, let me. Why don't I just sometimes I don't know why I'm greedy like this. Why I want to place limits just for lower fees, but. All right, so I guess I can use the second bot here. Coin margin. Is that a difference if I press here? Coin margin. I don't know. I think it's the same. All right, so for the lowest and high of the range, I think we go kind of the same, like 218 probably. And for the high, I don't know, I feel as if we could kind of go a little bit higher. Let's go 444. Okay, it's a bit more specific, but that's fine. It's special. Meaning the precision of price will be slightly adjusted. That's fine. Let's do, we can just do, you know what, let's go 500. Why not? Auto reserve, no. Let's go 5x. You can, again, just go lower, higher, whatever. And let's go ahead. It took a little fee. This is killing me. I can't do that. Oh, no, I have to go back to spot. If you're wondering what I'm doing, by the way, I'm opening a new bot that I've never done before, a coin margin bot here. Why did it take a little fee? All right, there we go. Now, let's do 5,000 XRP in. Extra margin, no. I think that's good enough for now. Oh, interesting. Let's see how this is going to roll. I've never done this before. Wait, estimated liquidation is $2.40 already? Estimated long 5,000 XRP. You know what? We're gonna try it out. Interesting. Really interesting. I never knew that. I never even knew they had that function. I mean, every other exchange has it for futures normally, but none of my friends have done this, so it's interesting. That would have actually been a really funny journey as well to do a 10K to a 1,000 XRP to 10,000 XRP challenge or something like that. If you guys hype me up enough, I'll do another challenge of that sort. Also, how's the 10K challenge doing? Well, we're down tremendously, you might think. But I'll counter that by saying, first of all, we started with 10K. And second of all, throughout the day, right, throughout the night, we've actually cashed out $300 from this bot. So even though the P&L was down low, I told y'all before, the P&L on this will be down tremendously at times. Tremendously. Heavy, all right? But the counter is, we don't really mind whatever it's doing in the midst of time. This was running at a loss most of the time. It's fine though, because throughout, it's gritting out those profits, which eventually will make sure it's enough for us to reinvest, comma. Also, most people who have been compounding here recently have probably been destroying everything because, in a good way. Because I remember now, looking at this, if I had only compounded my XLM bot, sheesh, right? We could have been up 100K on this one probably. But regardless, I'm still happy that we've been able to turn this into like a 4x. And, you know, it's always there's a balance. Where some of these older ones, like for example, the XRP mainbot, etc., the nice thing about them is they're very stable. Like right now, XRP is falling, but it doesn't really even make a dent in my P&L, right? You can see I don't even notice the price falling down anymore. Even though it went down like 30 cents, like 10%. You don't notice anymore, especially the more it's going to cash out over time. And that's the goal here with some of these. Get it, boy. Yo, what's up, lads? How many people are in here? We got 650 people in here. Guys, if you've not pressed that like button yet, I really hope this is again going to be a day where XRP just goes absolutely insane and I can't look away from the screen. You got to press that like button if you haven't done it yet. All right, we're going to be here potentially all day again. We were here all day yesterday. We've already been going for half an hour. It feels like nothing to me, all right? I'm in the mood for being here just day till night, but I want to see XP go crazy. But I also want y'all to be here. If nobody's talking in the chat, if there's no conversation, I might as well go enjoy the freaking big boot now. I was going to say something. I don't know who's watching, all right? I'll keep my mouth shut just to be sure. I was going to say, I could be going outside right now. I could be having all the fun when in South America, you know what I mean? But I'm here like a dork in front of a computer screen. Well, because we're making crazy amounts of money, but I also want to see the participation. I want to be here with y'all. That's what we're doing. We're having a chilling session. We're having a good time, all right? We're going to see some crazy things. We're going to see some crazy prices. We're going to see some banana prices. But we need everybody to be locked in, all right? Otherwise, where's the fun in that? T. Jane coming back in, okay, with taking care of us. Watching says, hey, what's happening, everybody? It's Dusty here. Anyway, it says, hey guys, what is up? It's Dusty here, and welcome back with another crypto video. That's what it used to be. I'm watching. You messed up right there, my boy. Hey guys, what is up? It's Dusty here. I remember, but I even have videos from me being like 11 or something on YouTube still. I have like, if you hear my voice in some of those, it's very, very funny. Sing the song. You know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? But we've not been, I mean, you know, we get spoiled really easily. If somebody has been sleeping for like a day and somebody all of a sudden comes back in and they're like, because they see XRP is going to 345. We were all here yesterday. And for us, this is like nothing, right? This trade right now is only in 350K worth of profit, 350,000 US dollars. But the problem was last night it was up 400,000. So it's like, all right? And the same thing goes for a lot of these. To some who were skipped out, they're like, Dusty, you were minus 100,000 on this before. Right now it's plus 350 and they're happy. I'm like, it's down 50,000 overnight. My account is down 100,000 here overnight. Deneen says, Dusty, what do your family think? You know, you know, the funny thing is, I have tried to make everybody go full crypto, but most people say, but what if it does bad? And I always say, I never, a single day of my life, a single day, doubt my own intellect to see that this crypto stuff goes bad. But hey, a lot of people, they don't get investing. And I've told you before, this is, again, not finished advice. I'm not a guru. I'm never claiming or guaranteeing you'll make any money. I'll never claim or guarantee anything. Matter of fact, I'm just a random guy on the internet telling a story. I want to keep those disclaimers in here because you understand. I'm just telling my side. If you look it up, right? S&P, average return, what? 12% a year? If you were to put in 10K a month, which is a lot of money, but to a lot of people watching this, understandable amounts. Like most people can comprehend getting 6 figures a year, getting $10,000 a month. It's not crazy. Think about this. If you were to put in 10K a month to the S&P basically for what? 60 years, you want to know the fun thing? You'd be a billionaire. And that's what a lot of people don't get. $10,000 a month is feasible to most people. $1 billion is not. The main factor there was time. When I look at this crypto market, what I often think of is if you really just look at the past, it kept performing time and time again with some crazy numbers. If we look at it from that angle, I don't know, it seems to me it is worth trying. I keep saying, like, even if it doesn't work out, even if it turns out we were wrong, I think it was still worth the risk. It was still worth trying. It was still worth doing it regardless. Even if it turns out to be wrong. Let me see here real quick. Yesterday, the stream, we had freaking 40,000 people in total stopping by and say hi. That is still crazy numbers to me, man. I still can't kind of comprehend that. The fact we had so many people stop by. On average, we had 921 people. And at peak, we had 1,366. Right now, we have how many? We also have 570 people in. This is crazy. This really shows the crypto market starting to pick back up again, guys. This is a good freaking day. Hey, where's everybody watching from? Roll call! Roll call! Where's everybody watching from? Right now, it is about 3 p.m. I woke up nice. I told y'all, I had a bad morning. Because I woke up, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go outside for a little bit, you know? Enjoy the beach, walk around a little bit like in the movies, you know? Walk around like that, bare-chested, ba-bam-bam. But then the problem was, hey, they screwed me over a little bit by not cleaning my room. So, you know, messed up a little bit. Rio de Janeiro. I know Dutch, but from Suriname. All right, all right. Canada. We got Central Texas. We got Australia. Australia. All right. We got Mexico. Oy, cabrón. ¿Qué vas? Contracanta, por favor. Disculpa. Right on the beach, man. Arizona, Mexico. Canada. This sounds like a freaking African village, brother. Canada, brother. What? Atlanta, Choctaw country. Man, you guys are just making these things up. There's not a place called Choctaw. No way. You're in Choctaw. Greece. That sounds normal. Detroit, Vancouver, St. Bay, Florida, in the house, Florida. We got a lot of Floridas. Worcester sauce, I hear you. Oh, Worcestershire. I don't know. Watching from work, click the altcoin index. We are almost in altcoin season. You know, fun fact, that's kind of bad. But there is no real official altcoin index. Why? Because ultimately, which number do you take? Do you take the 90-day, the 7-day, the 30-day one? If all of them are green, then yeah, that's fair. But a lot of people like to look at the 90-day because that's what CMC uses and a few others. But I often think, actually, the market doesn't have to be uptrending for 90 days. Even if it's just like 7 or 14 or 30, right? We basically are in an altcoin season because 90 is too long a lagging indicator. Oh, altcoins have been outperforming Bitcoin for 90 days. Well, then it's basically over. Let's see. You tagged me just now. Could you please make a video explaining the best ways and platforms to sell your crypto for fiat in Dubai to get it to your bank account? No, I cannot. First of all, that's because it's a very, very specific video. And second of all, because it's going to be different for everybody, and there's no one best method. But I'd say many exchanges allow you to cash out, and these OTC situations, they're basically, yeah, people, which, again, maybe your friends, your people around you must know them. They're these cash out places where all they do is, like, for example, do manager checks or things of that sort. XRP 200. Ah, there we go. $5 this weekend. Okay, who thinks XRP will actually go to $5 in like the next, let's say, 2 weeks? You know what? We can do 4 even. Who's thinking, no, we've peaked for a little bit, we're going to calm down? Who's thinking, no, this is the start of a monstrous rally. This is where we go nuts. And so like I said, slight problem, by the way. If you're wondering, I wanted them to clean everything up. I put everything nice and dandy in like a little corner over there, which is my little shack, you can now call it, right? I put everything in the corner right there. Hopefully they could have picked it up. Everything, like, y'all sometimes think I'm not clean. I mean, everything's looking at, we got some shoes over there. Everything's looking fine and dandy. We got like 2 bottles of water over there. It's not crazy, right? It's nothing. It's not like they have to clean necessarily. It was just, you know, if I could get them to, you know, clean up some of the mess, that would be nicer. But it's not like I'm a freaking pig. All the stuff everywhere. No. I got, you know, we're doing things nicely. You know, we keep things nice and dandy, nice and clean. Same room, or did you have to switch? No, I got to stay in the same room. I just came down with full confidence. Said, I want to extend. I said, oh, cool. I'll put you in the same room. I'm like, yes. But I kept it cool. I'm like, oh, thank you. But in the mind of us, like, yes, because it was unavailable online. But then I'm thinking, maybe they just already reserved some inside, or maybe that guy just gave me some, which he shouldn't have done. I don't know. Shouldn't have done that. It's just a little boy. ATX says, we don't want to go too hard. Steady pump. Yup. DJ Fiend says, how big will the pullback get is my question. I'd like to re-enter my profits, yeah? Well, I mean, we just re-entered at what was it now? 338? Or something like that, or 337? I don't remember. So, I've already re-entered. But then again, you know, if we're looking for an area to re-enter, I think probability-wise, you know, this is one of the nicer areas to try stock up. It feels like this is, again, the 180. You know, this feels like the 180 that we had before, where sometimes it used to pop below $2. It feels like $3.40 right now is that $2 mark, and sometimes it just slips below it, but this feels like the new support. You know, pump it up, you got to. Then again, I must also say that out of all my historical risk, I am right now probably at one of the highest points of risk I've ever been on. And the main reason there that I'm going crazy on the risk right now, some of which you are not seeing, is because I feel like a lot of my friends are making the craziest Oh, this is oh, scared the crap out of me. I hear a ding sound and my whole screen looks empty, but accidentally it was on spot. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. Never do that to me again. We've already cashed out 0.12 XRP. Man, I'm loving the XRP coin margin. This is amazing. We're actually stacking XRP at the same time too. I'll text my friend. Also me, I also text my friends sometimes for just cool things, cool achievements, and, well, you know, I want to also take a quick little second to tell a lot of people, like, you know, if you've been doing well, that's good for you, right? It's not my fault, it's not my doing. All I'm doing is showing my strategies, what I'm doing and what I think makes sense. Ultimately, it's still up to y'all to do. Oh, can I switch by pressing that button? I'm not gonna. It's still up to y'all to make your own decisions. And so even if I show something that's been doing amazing, the past doesn't, you know, indicate the future necessarily. And there's thousands of people who watch me do my thing, and they still think, and they don't end up making the choice, right? So there's still a distinction between some people who are like, yeah, this makes sense, I'm gonna try it, I'm gonna do and find it out. And some people, they'll always just keep watching. But ultimately, neither of them are necessarily better than the other. I always say you should be a person that takes action and that tries things. I also always say if you're not going to try and learn on your own, you'll never make it to the top of the top. You can make it far, but not to the top. Not that far. Because most people will. There's always somebody who's going to outcompete you in everything. And the question is, how far on that pole are you? Are most people going to outcompete you because you're lazy? Or is it going to be a small amount of people? And again, generally speaking, most people are very freaking lazy. I've explained before how all these things work. And you know what? People dare to comment, hey, can you make a video explain? I've made 7 videos over the past few months with full tutorials on how to do all these things. I made 1,000 videos going in. I've done every single one of these trades inside either a live stream or a video. If you still have no idea how these bots work at all, then either it's the first time watching me, which then I get it, or you just didn't even take the time to look through my description and click that tutorial video that I always have in there as well. So I'm like, what's going on? Which again, I don't mind. But at that point, it's hard to make it to the freaking top, right? If you can't even find all that. Brian says, I want to make a choice, but I don't have any schmeckles. Yeah, that's, again, a valid excuse I sometimes see. That's one of the most valid things you can say. But I want to do all these things. I've learned it. I actually have a few friends and even family members who are even probably better at crypto than me, better at DeFi, better than everything. But they just don't have that much schmeckles. And there comes the point of sometimes you can get a bit lucky. You just catch a break, you make one good trade, and now all of a sudden you have the schmeckles to do everything. But again, it's a double-edged sword right there. Some people, they try really, really hard, they just don't have the money. But at least then you have one of the two parts, right? Been watching to be that Crocodile Dundee. Almost 2 years ago. 2 years old. Halloween. But you can, man, I should, CP, like, you're cool and all, but I have no idea what you're saying, brother. I have no idea what's going on with you. Taper says, are we pumping? I just copied the previous title. I just went with the same situation. I mean, we have seen the craziest pump for XRP in a long time. So, I mean, arguably, we are very much pumping. It just depends on your perspective. XRP basically is still at all-time high territory. Whoa, Ethereum Classic, Uniswap, Floki, Dogecoin is back to 23.8, huh? XDC is up. Oh, that's nice. H-bar is still at 27 cents. VeChain. You guys kept telling me to open a VeChain bot, but I don't believe there was VeChain on the platform, which I think was the problem. There is. Okay, I can actually do it. So if a lot of people want a VeChain bot, I can also get that done. I really wonder how this is going to go soon, this coin margin XRP, because I've not done that yet. I texted my bot expert. He says also he's never tried. History says, I can't believe I got to teach something on the site about the site he introduced. Yeah, brother. What exactly does your bot do? Well, I'll explain one more time just for fun. So if you go into settings of any one of them, for example, Chainlink, all we do is we set parameters. We set, for example, the amount of leverage, the upper limit of price we'd like to transact at, to trade at, the lower limit. And by the amount of grids you quantify, it changes the starting, so basically the starting amount, the general amount, and the profit per grid, right? In this case here, 2.93 link per grid. Now, we don't really take profit, a stop loss, or trigger, which you can, but I don't really think it's that useful necessarily. All it does is, this is why it's so simple, it places buys all the way down. Every single time it goes down a slight teeny tiny bit. And you can change these if you want, the percentages, but for the most part, it has to do with the amount of grids you've got. So, and of course, your upper limit price, right? Because the farther it is apart, the less it will buy per time. Then again, the less grids you have, the more it could buy per time. It depends. So if we again go back to placed, for some reason it's not working. Anyway, we just saw that list of different numbers just now. Let me go back to another one maybe. Wait, my internet is bad, or are we good? I don't know. Anyway, so that normally in placed here, this is here we go. There's a whole list of different prices at which it buy or sell. And that's what it's doing basically all day, every single day. So here you can see it's already gone hundreds of rounds. And if we go to some of my earlier bots, they've already been buying thousands or tens of thousands of times. Right here you can see in 24 hours, it's basically done 90 rounds. In total, it's in this case done 4,000 rounds. It's just been stacking, right? 𝗁𝘂 here has been extremely volatile. Over a year, right? If we take a look, it's been open for almost 3 months. Over 3 months, it's been able to cash out 14% in basically grid profits, which again is from this buying and selling. Whereas the unrealized P&L is from, if we take a look at 𝗁𝘂, basically the main long keeping itself open. That's what the total P&L is for. Why do we want to change the price bounds all the time? Well, if the price all of a sudden goes way higher, or you don't expect to hit a lower bound, it's sometimes wise to increase it, because otherwise, if we take a look, right, it's $3,000 times 3. It's only 1,400 𝗁𝘂 long. Let me quickly, how much is 𝗁𝘂 at right now? So let's do 1,400. I did it in 1,400 times 3.8552. So right now, even though I've got 3,000 times 3, so it could go $9,000 long, it is only $5,400 long because the majority of it is still keeping in its vault in case the price does move back to 149. So that is the risk of keeping the price bound too low. You have to initially put more in. So let's say I wanted to always keep a bot open. I just wanted to keep transacting. I could, with my whole account here, open one bot for example, BTC. I put $1 million in, which one of my friends does, put the bound really freaking high. The lower bound at like 30,000, for example, which it's never going to hit, but it'll always keep money in there. And then the higher bound also pretty freaking high, but not too crazy because there's no need for that. And then over time, it's basically going to just relatively buy, sell all the time. Where again, if the market does decide to move down really, really hard, it's going to keep stacking all the way down. And if the market moves up, it's going to keep selling little bits. But for the most part, you're just taking the P&L on the trade. And again, the actual investment is going to be, the 1 mil, but times whatever. Relatively is not going to be fully leveraged, so eventually you might end up with only a 2x or 3x leverage trade, which still is way better, I think, than spot, but relatively quite low on the risk scale. Then again, everything is risky. You have to understand the risk before you get involved with anything. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm never guaranteeing you to do anything. I'm never guaranteeing you results. But yeah. ATX is, I don't get it yet. Yeah, see, this is sometimes difficult to me. I don't get what there's not to get. It's so extremely simple. Maybe it's just because it's that simple, it's hard to get. That's also a possibility. Dial says, just joined, bruv. What's up? What's up? Bots scare me. All right. I've been in the UAE for... Sometimes I find it interesting that people have all these assumptions of things that you have no idea of. Hey, Dusty, question. I've been following you for like 4 years. I keep hearing you talk about trading, but what if I just hodl? Can you show people that hodling can be successful? Well, essentially, what you're seeing here, these trades, essentially it is hodling because I've kept this open for a few months, right? So it's almost the same as keeping a position open. Just say automation program. It's not. I don't like to call it anything that way. Ultimately, you might call any bot automation program, but I don't like to call it that way. I just like to call it what it is, a bot that does what you insert it to do. Now, we make it do something pretty freaking simple. Let's see. Moments of what? Maybe it's new people. What happened? What happened? What happens after the Genius Act is passed? Yeah, did we actually? Is that already now? When is Trump gonna sign it? When is Trump gonna be signing the acts? When is Trump signing? Yeah, but what time? Is it in 15 minutes here? Watch live. 24 minutes? That's the most random ass time ever. You mean 14 minutes? Okay, I got a website. Is there an official website for this also? Because I've got NBC now to watch it, but I'd prefer, just a White House. Yeah, there's also White House Gov Live, no? Can't I use this one? Let's see. The Clarity Act is in the Senate. Wait, we have to go to Senate again? I thought it was yesterday. What? Oh, you mean, that's what you mean. Finance, I'm just looking through what's coming up. But no hearings today, huh? When is that going to be? Just as there are 2 bills. There's 3, no? Anyway, I'll keep us up to date. Clarity Act still needs Senate approval. Genius Act is passed and needs signing. All right. John says, that was my question. Have a big bag from a low buy and I'm missing out by holding my 100K XRP or doing a bot. I'm 43 and not computer savvy. John, even though I'd like you to optimize things, if I'm being completely open and honest with you, if you're not really computer savvy, I wouldn't even get... I'd say if you're in this spot where you were able to buy things quite cheaply, what I consider this is you were very, very lucky to be computer savvy enough to get yourself the coins, buy at a reasonably cheap price, right? And able to hold it this high. If you feel the need to get rid of it, you can. If you feel the need to hold for further, you can. All my strategies I provide here, right? This is for people that want to maximize things, but also understand the risk, also understand exactly how things work, also understand how to change things quickly. If you're already telling me right now, not really computer savvy, it's not really my thing to be messing around with this, and if you then also tell me you don't really like risk, you didn't tell me that, but I'm saying, there is a good and bad side to almost every single decision. So me personally, what I would do is probably going to be different to you. If I had right now a couple $100,000, I'd be using a good chunk of that to try and make more money with. But on the opposite side, if we look at the history of how these cryptos have performed, a lot of people would have done extremely well just holding on, shutting up, and not touching it. Whereas some people who do take this and start playing around with it actually end up with less. So if you're willing to make this a thing now, where you're going to start looking into all these different ways, and again, it turns out you're not bad at it, which I personally think is quite hard to be bad at it, but I see it happening to people. You're not playing with too much leverage, you understand the moves you're making, then you can make significantly more by doing other stuff with it. And I'm talking about a part, not the full thing. On the opposite side, if your method has been just wait and hold, sometimes I just got a beep in my ear, why'd that just happen? Just got all of a sudden a massive beep in my ear. But then opposite side, I will always say, it's up to you. You've seen my strategies, you see what I do, but also the opposite side. I'll tell you right now, this XRP trade, it could be at a massive loss, and I wouldn't stress over it, right? It all depends on how you like to do things. Beep is a sign, bro. Is it a sign of a pump, or what type of sign is it? I did to it in the right ear. Did you guys beep me? ATX says you have the money to not get liquidated too, though. Yeah, but that's because, that's obviously relative to size. I could open a $1,000 trade, and yeah, I would not get liquidated. It depends, right? I'm opening bigger trades because I like it that way, because it's even faster. But again, relatively not even that big. The overall leverage on the account is not that high. Man, I'm really interested to see this 𝗓𝗪𝗔𝗥𝗘𝗧𝗏 do. I really, really am interested. I wonder, what if this turns out to be the biggest thing I've ever tried? I'll open a Bitcoin one maybe as well. Put the watch back on. 10 minutes till Trump's signing, huh? All right. Are you going to have a link to the new bot? If it's right, all these will update, but sometimes it takes like a few hours for them to update. I need to check. I need to send a picture because it's not working properly. It's still at old limits. All right. So basically what happened here is this XRP bot that you can see, I changed the higher limit before. Oh, wait a minute. It is. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, never mind. The limit is, you guys can't properly see it. It's right there. I was like, what? What happened? Why is the number so strange? But it's right here. That's pretty funny. Anyway, I was gonna say it takes a few hours potentially, but they'll come onto the full list of things I've got. Still crazy to me that Pengu is the #1 performer in grid. Like, it's the most volatile coin out there, huh? Out of all of them. That's still really, really interesting. IOTA also has been just nuts, and XRP has been amazing. Everything has been pretty amazing here. I mean, we're all waiting for like a little juiciness on XRP though, but maybe Trump coming in hot is going to change the game, you know? It's going to be interesting for all of us. How long do the future bots run, or do we need to stop it ourselves? Whatever you want to do, man. I mean, again, just go look into it. It's so easy to understand. If you put a stop loss, a take profit, whatever, you know, it will stop maybe. If you want to take it out whenever you want, you can take it out. If you want to stop it at a certain amount of profit or loss, you can do that. I don't. I'll just keep it running. Jirun says, why always use clickbait? XRP is dumping, not pumping. You think so? Really? XRP is like 15 cents away, like 20 cents away from an all-time high. I think it's pretty freaking huge. But also, I just used the title that we had before. Yesterday, also, when XRP was at what, 320, I used the title XRP all-time high, because I was hoping for it to happen, and it happened. Right now, I'm XRP pumping, let's freaking go! Because last night we had the craziest pump ever, and I'm hoping today we're going to be in such a situation again, but still, throughout the day, we've had a crazy pump. Maybe, though, just maybe, it's right around the corner. Who knows? Let's see. We got 4 more minutes till Trump, huh? I'm going to see if there is another website for it. I wonder if this guy, CP, is a bot or if it's a real person. If it's a real person, what are you doing? Ronald says, pump it up. You know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Ondo is the future. All right. One more low on the total 2, and we'll be looking to accumulate more. I never really watched total 2. I only watched total 3. Total 2 is the one without BTC, yeah? So it's ETH included. I mean, ultimately, it's still, for the most part, funnily enough, it's still down. Like, I mean, we can draw beautiful lines at it, but depending on how you look at it, it's still a downtrend. On the short term, depending on where we kind of close ourselves right now. But if this week doesn't end up above this, which again is still like a 10% move up, we've still got 2 days to do it. It's not necessarily that positive. I mean, it depends on your angle, right? The overall trend is for sure up. It's been for years. But there's these short-term down influxes. Now, you could argue that it's changed it based on this move right here, right? The fact that we had a lower high and right now a higher high. But also from a broader angle, we are right now potentially making a lower high. And then again, it could also be that we are just at one of these candles and it takes another week or two to transform. It just continues to slowly but surely go up, and we'll see ourselves to break out soon. I mean, the target is not that high though, but again, we don't have to hit that within a week. So unless it tops out here and goes back down, could be juicy. I'm looking everywhere for the Trump signing. John says, I rode around all day with Endor, jamming, pump it up yesterday. Yeah, so yesterday was a crazy freaking day. Eric says, feeling a bit euphoric still after last night. I get you. I really do get you, brother. I mean, that's why whenever some people are coming in now with the negativity saying it's not pumping, I'm like, man, we are sitting right now at a comfy $3.40 per XRP. I don't know how you can't be in a state of, it's up so much, man. What? It's at an all-time high level still. What the what? How dare somebody come in and say it's not going up? Like, what are you this desperate for? Damn, I mean, come on, man. This is crazy talk, no? Oh. I think somebody's playing me. They knocked on my door. Then they walked away. Let's see. Where is this Trump speech? Still nowhere. Waiting on the White House. Yeah, XRP going up slightly, 345. I mean, you guys are saying it's right now, no? But Trump's still not live. I mean, I'm refreshing everything, but they're a bit late then if it's now. Is it not in 1 more hour? Is it now? Also, I need to update these emojis so bad. They're usually late. It is now. Which website are you guys using? Don't type in the link. Just tell me the website name. I've got everything open. The White House goes up. I'm on the White House, but there's nothing there. Hey. Why are you guys saying signing coming? Hey, hey, the White House goes live. Where you mean the White House website? Like officially the White House, like this one? I have White House. I have NBC. I mean, said it's not gonna go, and it's also not gonna be House, right? But everything. White House, Facebook. I'm not going to no Facebook page. I'll miss it. I'm never going to a Facebook page, dog. The Hill. Okay. We've got a few, but I'm wondering, like NBC, The Hill, all those. I don't know if they're fine to stream or not. Live President Trump signings. Okay, we have multiple ones, I guess. There's Fox as well. There should be an official, maybe, no? What about X? Ah, you're right. Maybe X, the White House. No, they're not streaming it. Associated Press is live. Even NBC is not live yet. So I think some press are live, but not the main. Not everybody. Again, guys, I know I can find it on YouTube. I do not want a random person's YouTube thing. But we can always watch it on NBC or Fox or one of these. But I thought maybe there's an official live stream, like for example, the whitehouse.gov, or Donald Trump's Twitter, or the White House Twitter account. All these, but it turns out it doesn't seem that way.
On Breaking Bad. All these things easy.
I'm just looking at what he's looking at. He's looking at RSBN. What in the world is RSBN? I've never heard of RSBN in my life. Anyway, we'll take a look. Hey, we're going up?
Partner with any nation on earth that wants.
At least we have something now. I have something open for in case he starts signing. At least I'll be able to show something. All right. I have now 2 websites open. If there's no more official one, we use this. Kung Fu says it will probably be on the White House website. All right. So if we get there, we'll get there. Also, just to update y'all, how's this going? We've made about 10 XRP profit thus far.
One state right now. Why not go to Mississippi? Mississippi leaders actually put together a video praising the big, beautiful law. Take a look.
Hello, I'm Jason White, Mississippi Speaker of the Mississippi House of Representatives.
My name is Rodney Hall. I am the representative for the 20th District of Mississippi.
Hey, I'm 𝗂𝗫. I'm the representative from Oxford, Mississippi.
Hey, I'm Michael Watson, Mississippi's 36th Secretary of State, and I just want to say thank you to President Trump.
President Trump, I want to say thank you from Mississippi and the Mississippi Legislature for delivering historic and preserving tax cuts for hardworking Mississippians.
What a nice
Bringing
camera.
more of the paycheck home, very important.
It's a roadmap for all.
This looks beautiful. This is a stunning screen. Mwah. Looking amazing. Let's give it a bit of time though. We're not busy yet. XRP back to 346, huh? You can say
They're talking about the big, beautiful law. Of course, being down here in the deep south with some great weather, and then in some cases, it's a bit humid and hot. That's part of the deep south, kind of close to the Gulf of America, which is cool. Hopefully, you guys have a great time if you're going on a vacation this summer. Maybe you
meet 𝗲𝗂. It's where healthy.
Man, I can't keep watching this. No, it's like it feels like maybe this is what politics news sites look like, but it feels like it's ad after ad after ad of just, oh, thank you very much for, oh, thank you, and this person thanks you, and this, da, 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 da. CBS has pictures. CBS has nothing right now. It just says stand by for live video. And White House also nothing yet. Somebody just texted in the chat, I just sold at 337. Should I buy now? Well, if you just sold below it, and you want to make a new trade, you can always try a new trade. But if you just want to buy to hold, then you're obviously in a pretty negative situation. Raymond says it's delayed to 2:50 p.m. All right. You said you buy to hold. Well, then what's the point in selling at 337 if your aim is to hold? You can, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, what's the goal there then? What was the thinking process? What was the idea? Eric says, keep trading and get wrecked. These traders are so emotional selling. They solely want to buy back in. When will they learn? Yeah, the hardest lesson to learn, I think, when it comes to trading, I think the number one hardest lesson is, you know, you gotta have some sort of commitment strength. If you're deciding to sell, you gotta stick with it. Then again, a pretty good misconception is that you can't enter higher. The difference between just holding spot, you know, and basically trading your main bag versus trading with dollars and in dollar terms, the nicest part is I can buy, for example, XRP at 345, sell it at 357, we made profit. I can also just, again, buy it low. Oh, you guys saying it's happening? Oh, you're talking about XRP. Never mind. You know, you can also buy low and never sell. I mean, you don't have to think about what entry it is or anything like that. It doesn't necessarily matter. Because all you're thinking of is where can I make more money on? So when can I sell it for even higher? If you're a main bag holder, you know, you're talking about your bigger coins and stuff, and you're talking about your main bag. Yeah, at that point, you might get 4, 5, 8, 9. It might get into your head that, I could have bought for lower average price. If all you care about is a trade, then your average price or your entry price doesn't matter that much. It's just about the exit. I think another interesting post by 𝗵𝗫𝗍 just dropped. I think it's worthy of mention. It's what I've been saying for a while, but I'll reiterate it again. Right? I'm not a financial advisor. I will never claim to guarantee anything or anything of those lines. But Patoshi said, I think it was really easy and is as easy as ETH at 24,500. They tell you they're going to be buying billions, much like when the BTC ETF launched. TradFi is telling us what will happen before it happens. It's almost always a free trade. Right now, they are telling you they're going to be raising much, much more, and they will. I mean, Joseph Lubin just announced another massive race to buy more ETH. And this is what Pentoshi said, you just buy and do nothing. You don't have to be smart to make money right now, and you barely even have to be patient. You can just ride the waves of the treasury companies until that rain comes to a stop. It's really been that simple. And right now, Patoshi says, let me ask you this. In the next 3 months, knowing what you know, what is the downside and what is the upside? The downside is, it turns out that all these major companies that are buying right now, they basically say, oh, we're going to do our treasury, we're going to buy. That all of them, all of a sudden, come to a halt or what? I mean, if they're all buying and they're all raising millions and billions of dollars to buy, it's kind of worth it to, if they are announcing they're going to buy, like with MicroStrategy and all these, to kind of front run them and just buy before they get to. If they're going to be buying a ton anyway. Matthew says, hey, did you get a nice new room or did you give the front lady 100 schmeckles? No, still the same spot. I'm really going to be curious how the coin margin thing is going to go. Right? Because again, we just opened a new bot. None of my friends have tried it. I mean, the trading concept is very simple. I've done coin margins a lot. I still have some open on Bybit, I believe. It's about to start. All right. Oh, yeah, now we got a website. Ah, yeah, now we got a link. Just waiting. I really do wonder how this is going to be for the price. Because from a certain angle, you'd expect this to be really, really good. Because, right, he's going to bring a ton of attention to this. He might say a couple of words. On the opposite side, if we all knew it was going to happen anyway. But I guess we should see it from the angle of new people entering because of this. And boys and girls, if you've not done it yet, make sure you go ahead and press that like button. We've been streaming for about 1.5 hours, which for us right now seems to be nothing. Then again, it's a little bit more boring than it was yesterday. I'm not going to lie. Like yesterday was a bit more eventful with everything just going nuts. Ah, crazy. And right now it's a bit more like, oh, wow, okay, the price is going a bit sideways. I mean, it's still good. But yesterday was crazier. Yesterday was wild? Yeah, it was. Yeah, and last night, where are you guys at right now? Anybody in the nighttime? I should actually say who's in the morning times too, but I guess that's all Americans. I wonder if how did y'all sleep last night, knowing what XRP did? Y'all sleep well, y'all sleep bad? I slept pretty good. I slept late, like maybe 6 a.m. or something like that, but it was pretty okay. Then again, I woke up at 9 again for a little bit, but I did sleep, so it was good. 619 SD. Also says 4 hours sleep. Jason says woke up every hour checking. Eavesdrops is like a rose. I slept bad. 2 a.m. Woke up at 6 a.m. That sounds pretty good. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Kufu says I didn't sleep well. Spent too much time here. Didn't get much sleep. Yeah, I had the same thing. I think if you spend too much time, sometimes, in a certain thing, and that I was so locked into. Hey, we go. We started. Okay, I don't want the music, but we're gonna be watching this. Look at this guy. Yeah! America! I don't know if I should keep the chat here. Also, I should find a way to get a chat that's like a little bit smaller than this one. Instead of having all the boxes on the top and side, I should get like a better chat that's less annoying to just have somewhere over the screen, like a see-through one.
Keep going. We worked hard. We worked hard. Thank you very much.
What does this happen?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we worked hard. It's a very important act, the Genius Act. They named it after me, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you. This is a hell of an act. You know, I did something very unusual. I said, this has been something, it's been, a lot of people thought it was impossible, some of the things that have been done. And of course, the great big, I added the word great, the great big beautiful bill, that was something that nobody thought possible. They thought it would be in anywhere from 7 to maybe 3, I'll go the opposite direction, but 3 to 7 different bills. And we said, let's just put it in one, because this way there's something for everyone. And there really is. There's a lot of things for everyone. And when we get the word out how great that is for every single person in this country, virtually, and all they have is a soundbite, death. You know what their soundbite is? Death. Aren't they nice, death? They are the most incompetent people. They've lost their confidence. They've lost everything, if you think about it. But Jasmine Crockett is on her way. She's on her way. She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble. But I have to tell you, that was great, and this was great. And I am so tired of making phone calls at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting calls from our great speaker. Sir, we have 12 hard no's. I say, Mike, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. We have 12 hard no's. The good news is I call up, hello, Jim, how are you? Sir, you have my vote. Boom. Sir, you have my vote. I really they just want a little love. Unfortunately, it's always the same. It's always the same 12 people. That's it. It's 5 senators and it's 12 congressmen.
He sounds a bit tired or sick or something.
And I actually said to John Thune and I said to Mike, I said, listen, I want to have a party, but not to those people that I have to speak to endlessly every time. And they're wonderful because they always seem to come through, other than a couple. Rand Paul Jr. from the Congress and Rand Paul from, other than a few people. But I said, I want to have them over. We're going to have a party for everybody in Congress, everyone in Congress except 12. We're going to have, and Mike is, Tom, I'll tell you what, Tom is definitely coming. The whole group, where are those 12 people? They're the only people I don't see. We could do it today. We don't have to vote. And I would say, of the 53 senators, 48, we're going to have 48 in here. You won't even have to come to that one. But these are the greatest people because they always vote yes, and we don't have to go crazy. You trust us, we trust you. And it's been a very special group of people. We really do. I mean, 96% phenomenal and 4% extremely difficult. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
But they get there, most of them, not all of them. Those are the ones we really don't like. But I want to thank you all for being here. This is really a big day. This afternoon, we take a giant step to cement American dominance of global finance and crypto technology.
Yeah.
As we sign the landmark Genius Act into law. So congratulations to everybody. This is a big deal. You've come a long way since the Biden administration, when they had no idea what you were all talking about, and half of you were under arrest for no reason whatsoever. True, for no reason. And we want to have it, not China. China wasn't actually happy. They were watching this. They like it, and we've got this. We've got AI. We've got a lot of great ones happening, and this is a very big thing. And I want to thank the bill's author, Senator Bill Hagerty, a very good friend of mine. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's a very handsome guy. Looks great. He's got the whole package. But, you know, I got to know him. He was ambassador to Japan, and we had a little problem with Japan on trade. But he was my ambassador to Japan, and I went to Japan, and he is speaking fluently Japanese. I said, did you learn it as a child? No, I just learned it over the last 4 or 5 months. I said, you learned Japanese. Maybe the single hardest language to learn. It's actually breathing, rather than, it's breathing. I'm not going to imitate it because we'll end up with a big story, and I don't want that. But he spoke totally fluent Japanese. I said, that's very impressive. And he was introducing me to Mr. Honda. I said, oh, are you in the car business? He goes, yes. I said, you're a very rich man. And then he said, Mr. Toyota, right? Toyota. And I said, what business are you in? Let me guess. He said, cars. He was my interpreter. And I was so impressed. And I was getting ready to leave. He said, sir, I'd like to run for the United States Senate. I said, where are you from? He said, Tennessee. I said, well, I love Tennessee, but do they know you there? No, but if you endorse me, I'll win, right? And I endorsed him, and he took a 48-point lead. And they didn't know who the hell he was. And he's turned out to be a great senator. And now they all know who you are. Yeah, so you're fantastic, and we thank you. And just the fact that you're doing this and you understand this is a complicated world. And great, thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you very much. Good job. And he's been up speaking late at night on the phone. I said, J.D., how about you taking 3 or 4 of these people, please? Because 3 or 4 I cannot speak to. I just can't. And he'd take them and he'd come through, right, J.D.? Also, Speaker Mike Johnson. He is unbelievable. He's an unbelievable. I mean, if you go by what we're doing, if you keep at this pace, you can't keep it up for another 200 days. But I will tell you this, if you keep up this pace for another week, you go down as the greatest speaker in the House in history. So one more week. One more week. Who needs Tip O'Neill? Who needs Tip O'Neill? He's better looking than Tip O'Neill, too. But no, he's been going at a fervent pace. Would you say that's right? Your wife probably says, you are crazy. You've been aging beautifully at front. He's an amazing speaker, a great leader, and everybody likes him and respects him, and that's why we're with a very small majority, like 3. We had a time when we were 1. Remember? We said we're 1 heart attack away from losing the House. Then we won a couple of seats and a couple of other. Now we have 7, maybe if we're lucky, 7. But we win with, nobody's ever done, I don't think anyone's ever done this before, to win with those small. We had a little help from Tom, too, right? And a lot of other people. I want to introduce also Secretary 𝗕𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏, who's been fantastic. You have done a great job, Howard. We've got trade deals coming out of our ears, right? We got so many trade deals. They're all calling so many, and I really mean this too. It's like, how do you deal with so many? But, I always say when we send out the paper, that was a deal. They don't want the fake news doesn't want to hear that. When I send out the paper that you're paying 35 or 40% tariff, that's a deal. Then they'll call and see if they can make a little bit different kind of a deal, like opening up their country to trade. In some cases, they've never been opened. But we're doing well, and we have a couple of big ones to announce pretty soon, right? Could almost do it today. Maybe we'll say it. Maybe later on we'll do it. Senator Bernie Moreno, a great victory. Bernie had great victory. A great victory. That was one of the truly tough races. A lot of people weren't sure anybody could win that seat, and you won it in easy fashion, right? We won it together when you think of it. But you won it in easy fashion. You did a great job. Great guy. House Majority Whip. This is a great leader, Tom Emmer, a great politician and leader. Really good. And I like his wife even better. His wife is, she's the boss, but you are married to a fantastic woman, huh? And he knows that, and he likes hearing it, because some people don't, they say, sir, could you please stop saying that my wife is better than me, sir? Those are guys that don't usually end up with a good marriage, He's got a great marriage. So thank you, Tom. You really are a fantastic leader and representative. And Representatives Troy Downing, French Hill. Where's French Hill? Where is French? You have been so great. Thank you, French. I spoke to him a little late. He was walking down the hall. I said, French. He said, I'm there, sir. You are great, great, great guy. Everyone respects you, French. You know that. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good job. Dan Muser. Ralph? What happened to Ralph? Nick Begich. Nick, thank you, Nick. Good job. Good job. Good votes. I just saw a great poll on you, huh? Very good. Congratulations, Nick. Andy Ogles. Andy, who's a terrific friend. Beth Van Dyne. Beth, thank you, Beth. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much for the great support. Roger Williams, a great baseball player, who also had to take a bullet, unfortunately, but he is a great guy. He was involved.
It was still
in
going in my
whole
ears.
catastrophe,
Didn't know what's going on.
Fantastic, and has been from day one, along with a lot of other people that I won't call out because I have no idea where the hell you are. I think I saw Jason here somewhere. Where's Jason?
Thank yous anyway.
Oh, it's lucky I called him.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's lucky.
Not that burger yet.
They didn't put your name because I invited you at the last moment, right? He was over there doing some business in the White House. but you've been incredible in your position. Nobody knows more about taxes and finance than you do, so we appreciate it, right? Is that true, Howard? It's true. Thanks, Jason. Great job. And you'll help out with that other matter. You make him so strong and powerful, right? Along with Deputy Secretary of Treasury, Michael Faulkender. Where's Michael? Good, Michael. How are you? Good. You'll help out over there, okay? And Ambassador Ken Howry. Ambassador? Thank you, Ken. Great job, Ken. I also want to recognize some of the countless industry leaders here today, including Brian Armstrong of Coinbase. You've done a good job, Brian. That's a big deal. Dave Ripley of Kraken.
Yo. All right.
Jeremy Allaire of Circle. This is a big day. Good job. Good job, Jeremy. Paolo Ardino of Tether.
Tether.
Paolo, thank you, Paolo. Ryan McInerney of Visa. That's a good
Visa
company. Thank you. Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble. Chris.
Where's he
What
at? In the
happened
back
to your
of the back.
location, Chris? You're always a front row guy. You're just being nice today, I think. How's Rumble doing? Good? Good. If Rumble's doing good, that means Truth is doing good. Truth. That's great. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Chris, very much. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood. Vlad, thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Vlad. Good. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss. These are two smart, handsome guys. They got the whole package. They're of Gemini, but they have the whole pack. They're of a lot of things, actually, but Gemini's just the one for today, right? They've got the whole, they've got the look, they've got the genius, got plenty of cash, and it's great that you're on our side. You guys are great. I can never tell them apart, but their mother can. I asked, can your mother tell you apart? And the answer is yes, right? Easily, or is it tough for her? Easy, I figure. Good. You guys have been great. Thank you very much. Great to be with you. Let me say the entire crypto community, for years, you were mocked and dismissed and counted out. You were counted out as little as a year and a half ago. But this signing is a massive validation. And even before this signing, over the last year and a half, I think your stuff has gone up more than any stock, or just about more. A couple of stocks that were pretty good, I will say, but you have certainly as an industry gone up more than anybody. Nobody's gained the respect in such a short period of time. But this signing is a massive validation of your hard work and your pioneering spirit and your ability to never give up, because a lot of people would have given up 2-3 years ago. So I want to thank you for contributing to the incredible strength of America. This is going to make it stronger, and congratulations on this incredible achievement. You've made our dollar look really good and strong and powerful. It's good for the dollar, and it's good for the country, and that's why I backed you at an early stage, and I also did it for the votes, because you did come out and vote, I will tell you.
Early.
And they changed tune, you know, Biden's team, they changed tune right in the middle of the campaign. All of a sudden, they loved you guys. They dropped all charges. They did have, I got you guys out of so much trouble. And you know what? I don't think anybody voted for them, right? Because you remember they treated you very unfairly, actually. So it's a great honor that we were involved. And it was a tremendous amount of support that we got at the polls. We won, think of it, we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the popular vote. We won the districts by 2,750, think of that, to 505. Different districts, too, by the way. Every once in a while, that number can change, but it doesn't change by much. The map was almost totally red, and you guys were with us right from the beginning. Exactly 1 year ago this month, many of you were with me in Nashville, Tennessee. Do you remember that day, right? That was a big day, Nashville, Tennessee, when I became the first presidential candidate ever to address the Bitcoin conference. And at this time and at that time, crypto builders and founders were under relentless assault by the Biden administration, which was trying to crush your industry and crush you as people and go after your families. And they were a vicious group of people. You know, people don't realize it. They were vicious, incompetent, but vicious. Well, Joe was an incompetent guy, but he was always known as a vicious guy. I guess if you're going to be in that, you're probably off. If they're incompetent is better, right? Because you don't want to have a vicious guy that's competent. If you did, I wouldn't be standing here today, right? But I pledged that we would bring back American liberty and leadership and make the United States the crypto capital of the world, and that's what we've done. And under the Trump administration, this is only going further. You're going to do really well. I mean, I'm so proud of what you've done in the last couple of years, and very important. On day one, I remember I did this, and I said this, and I mentioned this
Bounce
name,
again
and I
off
got
support?
the greatest applause of the whole campaign. We fired Joe Biden's SEC chair, Gary Gensler. We fired him.
Beautiful bounce. Up 1% instantly.
But I remember I was making a speech, and you know, it was just a line in a speech. And I said, and I will fire Gary Gensler. The place exploded. I said, I finished like one, and I said, what the hell did that guy do? There was a lot of hatred there, I'll tell you. And it turned out, as I got familiar with everything, it turned out you were absolutely right. In his place, I appointed a visionary chairman who wants America to build the future and not block the future. He's going to be unbelievable. He'll go down as one of the greats. And Paul Atkins, where are you, Paul Atkins? And you know, Paul, the crypto guys, they said, everybody said, not only crypto, every industry, they all wanted Paul for the position. And he's a tough cookie, too. He's just, but they actually said, we don't care. We just think he's fair. All they wanted was fairness. And they have somebody that you're really a champion of the street and you're a champion of the country. You're going to do a fantastic job. I saw you interviewed the other night. I watched it about 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a little thing called C-SPAN, which I don't know how many people were watching. Don't worry, you were on primetime, too, but they happen to have a little rerun. I don't want to embarrass you. But fantastic job, really. You are absolutely so perfect for the job. Congratulations, Paul. And Paul is here today among the commissioners, various commissioners, including Hester Pierce and Mark Yoida. Hester and Mark Yoida. Thank you, Hester. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mark, wherever you may be. Is Mark here? Oh, stand up, Mark. I didn't. Good. Thank you. Good job. Good. I'm glad I gave you a second crack you didn't hear because of the thunderous applause for Hester. But thank you. I heard tremendous things about both of you. Thank you very much. My first week in office, I also established the first ever presidential working group on digital assets, and we have an executive director, Bo Hines. Bo Hines. Hi, Bo. And Bo is a great football player, right? Bo is a great football player, one of the better players in college football. So I know you from that also. See, who would think that I know that? I know a lot of things, Bo. But he was a champion player. I stopped the weaponization of government against crypto and Bitcoin, and we ended the lawless operation Choke Point 2.0. That was a bad operation. And I kept my promises to the community and granted a full presidential pardon to Ross Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht. And you have no idea how important that name became. It was like a symbol, and his mother was unbelievable. His mother was an unbelievable woman, but it was so important to a certain group of people. And in the truly momentous act last March, I signed an executive order establishing the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, as well as the United States Digital Asset Stockpile. And that's all signed up. And with today's signing, we're pushing even further into the exciting new frontier. Just as I promised last year, the Genius Act creates a clear and simple regulatory framework to establish and unleash the immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins. This could be perhaps the greatest revolution in financial technology since the birth of the internet itself. A lot of people are saying that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes? If you say yes, I'm saying yes. I think it's great that you're involved, I will tell you. Many Americans are unaware that behind the scenes, the technical backbone of the financial system is decades out of date, many, many years out of date. You know that. Paul and others are straightening it out, but payments and money transfers are costly and take days or even weeks to clear. Under this bill, the entire ancient system will be eligible for a 21st century upgrade using the state-of-the-art crypto technology. Who would have thought we would have been saying that 2 years after I really met you for the first time? The Genius Act provides banks, businesses, and financial institutions a framework for issuing crypto assets backed one-for-one with real U.S. dollars, treasury bills, and other cash equivalents. It's really strengthening the dollar and giving the dollar great prominence. And, you know, you have this little group called BRICS. It's fading out fast. But BRICS is, they wanted to try and take over the dollar, the dominance of the dollar, and the standard of the dollar. And I said, anybody that's in the BRICS consortium of nations, we're going to tariff you 10%. And they had a meeting the following day, and almost nobody showed up. They said, leave me alone. We didn't want to, they didn't want to be tariffed, did they, Howard? So it's amazing. No, we're not going to let the dollar slide. If we have a smart president, you're never going to let the dollar slide. If you have a dummy, that could happen. Like the last one, he would, if you ever asked him about the dollar sliding, he would have no idea. But we can't let that ever happen again. Consumers, vendors, and people all over the world will then be able to use those stable coins for ultra-low-cost transactions that are cleared and settled in a matter of seconds rather than weeks and months. And it's really an amazing thing. And with the privacy, flexibility, and decentralization of cash, this revolution has the potential to supercharge American economic growth and empower billions of people to save and transfer in U.S. dollars. It's really all backed by the dollars. It's really a great thing. And a lot of, you know, we had a lot of Democrat support. I have to tell you that. I was shocked anytime you get one but we had a tremendous amount of Democrat support, which we appreciate, and which just shows you that you're doing the right thing. This will increase demand for U.S. Treasuries, lower interest rates, and secure the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency for generations to come. The reserve currency is so important. You know, if we lost that, that would be like losing a world war. We can never let anyone play games with us, and that's why when I heard about this group from BRICS, 6 countries basically, I hit them very, very hard. And if they ever really form in a meaningful way, it will end very quickly, I will tell you, for them. They won't be gone very long. I don't think they'll even do it. They're virtually afraid to meet. I also remain fully committed to my pledge never to allow the creation of a central bank digital currency in America. It won't happen. My first. Thank you. And the other night, I will say, with some of the congressmen and women, they wanted that so badly. That was so important to them. You know, I was impressed that they knew what the hell it was, to be honest with you. Please, sir, please, the central bank digital currency, well, you have to make sure, sir. And I'm saying, what do you know about that? It's amazing the knowledge that people have gained all of a sudden. We had a lot of problems with some of them. I said, we've already got it from the Fed, right, from Commerce, and from an executive order. You don't need it a 4th time. Sir, we have to get it. It's amazing. But they knew their subject, though, didn't they, huh? And we helped them out. My first week in office, I signed an executive order to ban the creation of a CBDC in the United States, and very soon I look forward to signing legislation that will codify and ban make it a permanent law, put it in permanence. I'm also committed to signing landmark crypto market structure legislation this year to grow the industry. We're going to be growing it even more than people ever thought. It's a really hot industry. And for a little while, 2 nights ago, we were a little concerned because we were a little short on votes. Like, I would say maybe we were about 9 short. 9 short at 3 in the morning. We were about 4 short at 3:30 in the morning. and we were in good shape at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? But the people, and few people have fought harder for the bill than we're signing than some of the people here today. You have been unbelievable. It's our White House AI and crypto czar, David Sachs, who has done such a great job. And he has a show now, he's become a showman, but a couple of years ago, right, it's probably 2 years ago now in San Francisco, and I did his show, and I heard he's a very smart guy, and we had a great show. You've kept it going a lot longer, and you got, is that still your highest rated ever show? Oh, he knows what to say. He knows what, he had a rating that he had millions and millions of people. He said, what's going on? But we had a great show, and I said, you know, that guy's really smart. I said, if I get elected, I was running at that time, if I get elected, we're going to bring him into government in some ways. He's worth a fortune. He's made a lot of money. He's a very rich billionaire. But this is more important, isn't it? This is, me too, you know, it's like, doesn't matter. This is much, I know Howard and I talk about it all the time. Howard could go back to his wonderful brokerage firm, hire 1 or 2 people, and it's not the same as, what you're doing, right? We're doing the biggest deals in the world. Actually, the deal we're doing now in tariffs is the biggest, when you add it up, the biggest deal ever made in history. It could be 1,000 IBMs. I mean, if you think of it, it's the biggest deal ever done. So it's hard to go back to a brokerage firm and, you know, make $79,000 commission on the sale of a stock, right? It's true. But I want to ask David. So David's been fantastic. He's done an incredible job. And I'd like to ask David to come up, say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, President Trump. It's a great honor to be here, and it's true that I never expected to work in government at all, and then everything changed after President Trump came on my podcast, and I accepted this job as crypto czar because I thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for a president who really wants to get things done for the American people, and if anything, that's been an understatement. The first 6 months of this administration have been more successful than any administration in American history. What's been done? It's just been incredible. President Trump has worked at tech speed. We're used to working fast in Silicon Valley, but even this is fast for us in Silicon Valley, the speed at which you move, President Trump. It's really incredible. And now today, you have another historic legislative achievement that is a monumental step to fulfilling your promise to making the United States the crypto capital of the world. This Genius Act will unlock American dominance in the crypto industry by creating clear rules of the road. It will update archaic payment rails with a revolutionary new payment system, and it will extend U.S. dollar dominance, like you said, globally, by creating a digital dollar that people all over the world can use. And for every digital dollar in a crypto wallet, there'll be a traditional dollar in a U.S. bank account, which will create trillions of dollars of demand for U.S. Treasuries. So that is the power of this bill, is U.S. dollar dominance. This is a huge promise made and promise kept by President Trump. And there's just a few other people I'd like to thank. First, my family for being here. Thank you. And Bo Hines, who President Trump mentions, the director of our crypto council, he really did the heavy lifting here. So Bo, I just want to thank you again. And my chief of staff, Tracy Johnson, as well, who also does the heavy lifting. And Bill Hagerty and French Hill and all the congressmen and senators who have already been mentioned by President Trump, so I'll save the time, but it was really been an honor to work with all of you. This was really a team effort, but most of all, I want to thank President Trump for accomplishing what nobody thought was possible, and it's true that just earlier this week, the media was reporting that this bill was dead. This bill was dead, and then the media didn't know one thing, that we had a secret weapon. We have a deal maker in chief. And thanks to President Trump, he stepped in and saved this bill. And it's because of your vision, your leadership, your determination, your skill that we're all here today. So thank you very much, President Trump. Thank you.
Is that Laura? Please come. Just come here. This is our superstar. She was the head of the Republican Party, and nobody complained about anything. We went on to great. This is Laura Trump. Married to a young gentleman named Eric. They have beautiful 2 children, but she has been so good. She stepped into that position like it was nothing that we won, and she said, Dad, I'd like to go home right now to my beautiful husband and my son and daughter, right? But you did a fantastic job, and you worked with a great gentleman, too. He's doing a fantastic job. But I just want to thank you. I just saw you standing back there. I wanted to bring her in. Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you. So under the Trump administration, I mean, I just got back from Saudi Arabia, and we went to Qatar. We went to a number of countries, and I will tell you the level of respect that this country has now is incredible. The UAE, I tell you what, we had a time there, but every leader said the same thing. They said 1 year ago, your country was dead. And they'd say it that way. It was like, you know, I didn't know whether I was supposed to be happy or insulted, but the truth is we were in deep trouble. But they said 1 year ago your country was dead, and today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it's true. We have the hottest country in the world. We had a country, we were a laughingstock with the borders, people pouring in. Can you imagine last month, in the month of June, actually, 0, now I don't even believe that, 0, because you have hundreds of thousands pouring in, and then all of a sudden it's 0. But they have it down as 0. And very liberal people take that particular toll. It's a liberal group, so they're not giving us any favors. It's 0 people coming through our border. Can you imagine that? From literally hundreds of thousands and millions pouring in from all over the world. They came from all over the world. They came from prisons, jails. They came from mental institutions, gang members. There were gangs. They came from all over the place, from every country. They came from the Congo in Africa, a lot from the Congo. They came from South America, a lot came from Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our country. Can you imagine? They allowed that, emptied their jails into our country, and they let them walk right into our country like perfect. 11,888 committed murder. 50% committed more than one person. They murdered more than one person. 50% of 11,888. And we had murderers, and we're getting them out, and Tom Homan and Christie are doing a great job. That Tom Homan, I'll tell you, is he central casting or what? And he takes abuse, but they just keep fighting, and they're winning, and we're winning in the courts, so we're winning everywhere. But we've got the hottest country in the world, and you're a big part of it. So the golden age of America is upon us, and with today's signing, the future of crypto and the crypto industry, the U.S. dollar working together, because they really are hand in hand, is going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before. And I just want to thank everybody, some tremendous people in this room. And maybe when I sign, I'll ask some of our great senators and congressmen to come on up. Some of the top crypto guys, please come on up, because you guys worked very hard on this. And we'll sign this, and we'll get on to the next battle, and we'll win. But we're winning all over the world right now. It's not even close, not even close, and we're going to keep it going. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
Woo! XRP looking juice! Everybody, if you're not done yet, make sure you press that like button. Got about 850 people watching. Make sure you press that like button if you haven't done it yet. Why not? You've got nothing to lose. It's going to be interesting.
You got it?
The market's actually recovering quite nicely here. Look at all them people in the little circle. Imagine being the one just behind there, huh?
By the way.
And 0 of the pictures. That's sad.
Which is a big scandal. If that were a Republican, it would really be a big scandal. But it is one of the great scandals of our time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, that's big. That's pretty huge. Huge! You know what's kind of strange sometimes? I feel as if these ceremonies sometimes are a little bit odd. The fact that it's just a lot of like it's a lot of ass kissing, I'm not gonna lie. You know, not necessarily only towards Trump, but towards them all. It's like, you're like handshaking and kissing, like, oh, you've been amazing, you've been amazing, you've been amazing, you've been amazing. Wow, let's shake some hands. Let's oh, you've been so amazing. Oh, you've been amazing. So even though ultimately I think it's quite nice what's happening here, damn, is it a lot of ass kissing. It's quite interesting. Oh, you've been so good. Oh, I remember you. I remember getting you. And oh, that was so good. That was you. You was so good. Oh, thank you all for getting me this. Oh, you're so good. So, but that was all. You know, I'm excited for it. Don't get me wrong. But if you think about it, that was all. So this is all that hype. All those people coming together out of everywhere. I mean, it's huge for the crypto market. But if you think about it from another angle, like, oh, all this. And that was the result of it all. Of all that patience, all that waiting. How's the trades doing, you might wonder? Well, XRP is making an interesting little return for itself. I wonder how the new one is doing, the margin, the coin one. Let's see. We're up 25 XRP, or $150. That's interesting. I don't know how this exactly is supposed to work in that sense, but I guess because it's in XRP, and it says it's based on the starting amount of dollars, you know what, I'm just going to keep it open in XRP. I don't fully get exactly how this is going to go. Let's see, all right? 23 XRP up. I don't know exactly how that translates to $144, what type of logic it is using, but, you know, I will not even ask questions. That's pretty huge, though. I need to also find a way to overlay our chat transparently, which is what I've been looking for here.
Or an image.
Ah, okay, I see. Thus, if you're wondering why the sound was off for a little bit, it's because it was looking like, I was thinking of it. Maybe I should actually stream on, oh, my camera's stuck. Maybe I should stream on like X and YouTube at the same time. Why? Well, partially because I'm thinking if things actually do hit the fan, at least you guys know I'm always on both of them, right? So you can always go watch me again on X or something like that. That was my thinking process right there. But damn, XRP is doing good. You know, you guys are laughing, saying, no, but in reality, this is not bad price action. Us being right now at 345, this is not bad at all. I mean, ETH is back to 3,500. It's back down another $100 since I woke up this morning. But XRP is actually up, especially from our last buy. And again, this buy was public for anybody. I placed the order yesterday. I'm taking on some more pants. It's pretty cold in here. I mean, it's 23 degrees, but still, it's pretty cold. I got my trusty little blanket. You know that I travel to every single country in the world with my blankets. Like, I don't know how people do it. Not putting on any blanket. How do you even get around? GTA 6 says, shout out Dusty for the yesterday 10-hour stream. 10 hours is nothing. All right, with the amount of schmeckles we are making every single day, what is 10 hours? XRP is just taking a breath. How many of you guys are still in? Who is still holding and who is sold? There must have been a lot of people who got out at all-time high, right? How are you guys doing? Who's still holding XRP? Who sold their XRP? Let's get it. Let's get a little roll call going. Let's see. We got W all in. We got Kung Fu saying, holding! Gallon is here again. Hey, Gallon, what's up, man? We got Manuel. Okay, it's going too fast. Let's see. Let's see, everybody. I ain't selling a thing says Father Rowe. Bombastic says all in. Tommy is all in. Holding. Still in. Baby says holding harder than a goon. All right, that's good. Dene. Hope I'm saying that right. Never selling. Mamadou says holding. Gallon says hold everything. Mike says I did not sell, just the beginning. Boss. Well, I mean, we expect the beginning of the run. But we are pretty far into the price, right? I mean, think about how much we've just pumped over the past few days. It is quite crazy. Mike says, did not sell just the beginning. I just covered that one. Boston says, hold. GTA says, it's almost the same time your food did to arrive. Yeah, but I mean, in 1 hour, I can go to the lounge and just grab a lot of food just there. I think that might be a smarter idea than ordering it again. But you're right. And this time I did go down already to grab like a croissant and some smaller stuff, which is unhealthy, but regardless, it's okay. Timmy says holding. Doug, hold. Axel, hold. Jeff, hold. Everybody, oh, I skipped a few. Most people are just in a holds team, huh? Crispy says, could have easily been a sell the news event. It could have definitely been, but it's been pretty okay. Just keep buying G-Bar. What's like the best coin of today? What's been most up? I do wonder, actually. Today, the best gainer has been Ethereum Classic, Uniswap, Doge. Huh. Let's see if I refresh that. Yeah, it's still true. And Sky. I don't even know what Sky is supposed to be. XDC, also one of the best gainers. H-Bar is high up there. V-Chain's pretty high up there, which is pretty cool. Yeah, but we're doing pretty juicy, man. I mean, it's still not a nothing to be up this much. It's still not nothing. Okay, I'm by the way, at the same time, trying to figure out how I can get it so that the chat is transparent, so I don't have like this bottom and this top box right there anymore. So if any of y'all know, you can tell me, but I'm trying to figure that out at this side. In the meantime, I mean, our profit is still immense, right? And I mean, if we just open a trade live together with y'all, I wonder how this is going to do. I mean, we could have actually bought slightly better if we just waited a few minutes, but that's okay, right? Over time, I always keep saying, over time, it evens itself out. Everything's still doing juicy though. Everything's still good. And you know the nicest part? As time progresses, you know, because sometimes these coins never really hit, you know, the buy-in spots anymore because the grids have kept on going. It's harder to get towards like a loss state, which is also nice. Over time, kind of gets to that spot. I also love that about it. That right now you might be more scared, but generally speaking, as the market progresses, I expect them to hopefully never be in the red again. And that's why I keep them open as well. Not because I expect them to go crazy within a day or two, right? I don't know how crazy they're going to go too fast. Hype, by the way, we're going to have to add more hype as the price starts making another cliff fall, if it does. Hype's not doing too well. We've been having a perfect bounce again off of this support, huh? It's crazy how accurate the $3.40 mark has been here. It really is quite crazy. You know, the way I'm looking at things right now, I do wonder one very crucial thing, though. And that question is, how many people will be able to actually make the crazy schmeckles over the next few days? Like, how many people will fade the opportunity at these low points and will only start going crazy as we get towards higher and higher prices? Like, that's something that's getting stuck in my head right now, that in my own opinion, we are still at one of the lowest points. But when I'm looking through some of the comments now, people are saying, but reality, whoa, pump fund is down tremendously. Damn. Naval had a beautiful post a long time ago in 2020, but I still find it one of the most beautiful posts ever. He says, the only real test of intelligence is if you get what you want out of life. Think about that sometimes. John says, you called 336 yesterday. Any opinion? Youth now to throw a spot Pionex trader like you made earlier? Any opinion? You'd know where to throw a spot Pionex trader like you're. Appreciate you coming in with the $5, by the way. I'll press like that, but I don't fully get what you're. I don't go. You called 336 earlier. Yeah, we did. And we bought at 338-ish. Any opinion? You'd know where to throw a spot Pionex trade like you made earlier. I think trade. So maybe I think what you mean is where we'd buy again now? Let me see here, John. Says, my bad, been up a while. Mine too. Let me see. John, type it again. Let me see what you mean exactly. Like, I want to help you out, friend, but I'm not 100% sure. You did a trade on Pionex. You did a trade on Pionex trade earlier. Okay. You mean the new bot? This one, the XRP one, the coin margin future thing, or the where I bought some XRP spot to open this bot? I did. Yeah, I did that. He's asking where to put a buy. You made a bot on Pionex earlier. Yes, yeah, I did. I made a 5K XRP bot denominated in XRP. It's not in dollars, but this one is XRP denominated. It's the first time I'm trying that. I've never done it on Pionex, this XRP related. So what the whole idea is going to be buying and selling and actually, hopefully, do it in XRP instead of in dollar terms. Which for other longs I have XRP longs open denominated in XRP and in Bitcoin as well, but I've never done it on with bots yet, so it's going to be interesting. Like, I don't know the pitfalls, I don't know the benefits. All I know is we made a 2.5 XRP in the past 2 hours. 1 XRP an hour. Hey. Dump is here, Dusty. Uh-oh. Yeah? We were still doing pretty okay. But if you're wondering where we enter and stuff, you know, the difficult part comes in that there's multiple places of interest, right? For example, $3.40, really interesting level. But, you know, the moment it breaks through, you got to signify another one. You can't have one where it always is going to work. Like before, when it broke through, you can see our little buy button right there. We bought in, right? $3.38 or something like that. But that was an order we set up yesterday because we expected it to hold. This time around, you can see it was able to hold $3.40, and that's what we identified now as the most crucial support level. But the moment it breaks, well, if you bought in at $3.40, you'd be down significantly. right? But some people will be doing it like that. But then again, yeah, I think $3.30, somewhere around there, we've actually bounced off twice. But we are right now getting to an area where the price is still relatively quite high. That is scary, scary. Right now, we are also seeing decreasing tops. We had ourselves a first top, a second top, potentially now a third top. This is, theoretically speaking, quite negative as the price is going down, but the bottom stays the same, right? And that usually breaks towards the downside. It doesn't have to. I'm just saying that's right now what we're facing. The more often it bounces off of this, theoretically speaking, the weaker it gets, unless you see it bouncing like this. But if you see it bouncing like lower and lower and lower, that's sometimes quite negative because there's more pressure on this line, right? Now, if Bitcoin shows an opposite side of anything, this might actually hold up nicely for a long time. But the fact that it was able to break through and actually bounce off it afterwards is, again, quite strong. Why? Because if it broke through and it kept breaking through, now all of a sudden your base is lower. But the fact that we broke through once, you know, maybe perhaps took out some longs right there and then actually were able to bounce off it, it could actually be, again, the reversal of some sort. Any ski mask dog? Yeah, I still got a good bag of that freaking coin, man. I'd sold it way too late. I should have dumped every single penny. It was at peak a couple $100,000. Still probably like a pretty good penny. That's also, so I also make mistakes by not selling coins, by the way. It's not like it's, oh, once you get to this level, you always sell coins perfectly. Not. But I didn't lose money on it. I just could have made way more. But it's okay. You know, we don't complain. We take those. Let's see, John. Been up 36 hours working fires in Southern Oregon. My bad. Hey, John, no worries. You know, the nice part is, because of what you stated earlier, I know you know English. So it's not, you know, I already assumed you're just making a typing mistake. And it's not that you do not know. So no worries. Could happen to the best of us. Ryan says, is it safe to open a short? What are you talking about? When you say, is it safe, what do you mean? You want to open a short? I mean, so here, Jumbo says XRP 298 tonight. I want to see some. I want to see you guys short it. You know, send me a little screenshot of you shorting the market. You guys are all calling these bear targets. That's cool and all. Which, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe you are. But show me your shorts, guys. Show me. Or have you guys sold all your XRP? Again, maybe they're not clueless. Maybe they're right. But actually, you know, put your back into it then. Show me! Instead of just screaming. I want to see you be so convinced that you're actually putting your back into it, you know? Show me that, then. Ryan says, I'm asking, right? Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the 298 person. You're asking, but I mean, there's no answer to your question. Callum says, huge thank you, man. Your content kept me sane, holding from 0.7 to here. I took enough profit to achieve my goal of becoming a pilot, life-changing. Guys, give a little woohoo to Callum right there. That is huge. Oh, that is amazing. This is making my day. These type of comments is what you're doing it for. I now realize if I take out my AirPods that I've been screaming like a maniac. Oh, damn. I've really been, none of you told me. Right? I'm in a hotel room, guys. Don't forget that. There's a freaking door right there where other people on the outside can walk by and hear me. They must think I'm freaking delusional. I'm screaming at my freaking screen. Everybody walking by is probably looking at the door like, who's in there? Is he freaking doing something to cats or something? Like, what? And all this stuff. Oh. Yesterday was a crazy freaking day. I keep thinking about it. Anyway, give a little clap to freaking Callum, man. That is huge. We gotta appreciate those people who actually get their goals in by being a bit persistent, you know, by keeping it up. In this case here, he got there by holding, he says. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. So good. Red candles printing. Yep, yep. For people who are shorting, by the way, you must be loving this right now. And I mean, that's the counter, right? With shorting, on the short term, you may be extremely juiced up. But the problem is, I don't believe in it over the longer term. And I believe with my longs, even if it may take time to print, I think it is quite inevitable. 30x long liquid at 330. Ooh, 330 is quite high to open a long at 30x. Oh, it's liquid at a 330. I thought you meant liquid as in you sort of, I don't know, entered at 330. eToro says, how are you doing today? I'm doing good. How are you guys? My goat. Yeah, he's the freaking goat. Oh, you were the goat. I mean, yeah, you were the goat, bro. 1 more hour for Korean market to go boom. I don't know, man. Let's see. Payback for yesterday, lady next door. Yeah, no, it was not next door. I think it was either down a floor or on the balcony somewhere. I don't know what she was doing, man. Screaming. But then again, maybe they think the same of me. Justice says, history broadcast from a hotel room by a dude named Dusty. Here for this. I hope today is going to be another one of those, man. I hope today it's again going to be just, we keep looking at the market and it just keeps going crazier and crazier and crazier. Keep it says, I took 0 profits in 2021. Don't want to make the same mistake this time. Yep, you want to keep your coins, huh? You want to keep it. Sorry to keep it. But it's smart if indeed you follow your own name. Keep it. Psycho says, I'm in there for my kids' future. Want to bless them. Nah, let those kids work on their own. Don't give them a penny. Work for yourself. Work for yachts, brother. All right? Screw them kids. Those kids should go get their own coins. All right? It doesn't matter that they're only 4 years old. Let them work chores. 50 cents is like 1/7 a coin or something like that. I need a boat. All right? Them kids can get their own toys. To each their own. They could have also bought when they were 3. They didn't do that. Their mistake. Kids can invest in fart coin. I mean, it's gone pretty well, fart coin, if they did. Fart coin has actually been one of the best assets in a long time. A kid is running. I realize now that because I didn't give any context, it kind of looked as if it was running up on a kid to go scare him or something like that. No, it was basically, I can hear them running outside my door because I'm very close to the freaking elevator. Why, you might ask? I don't know who designed to make suites right next to the freaking elevator. How many of them do you got? Why would you make them right here? Why didn't you put like the peasant rooms that are just like $400? Why don't you put those here and get the suites in the back of the back? I don't know, man. Who designed this? Did you move rooms? No, no need. I just said, hey, but I was able to stay. I just said, hey, could I? And they said, yep. They better ring your doorbell and run away. I don't think it has a doorbell, to be honest. Today is an interesting predicament that we've got. How so? Why so? By the way, everybody, we have had about 9,000 people stop by and say hi. If you've not pressed that like button yet, right now is your best time to do so. And I will again just state, I'm not a financial advisor. I will never make any guarantees for you or your results. I'm just doing my own thing and I'm sharing those results with you. But if you're looking for a platform that I'm trading on, I'm doing all this trading. Oh, here we go. All this trading over on Payonix. A link is down below. And I'm doing some over on Blowfin. Link is down below for that as well. This is Blowfin, right? Yeah, the black one is Blowfin. The white one is Payonix. Keep It says, I'm up 6 figures this week. Time to end my week early. Fair, fair. And also, what did somebody just say? Casper, thoughts, real bust or real bang? The thing is with Casper is they're not hyped up right now. There is potential for Casper still because they did do well previous runs, right? But like I said, I just want to go for whatever wins and see them win more. So like XLM, HBAR, XRP, they've all been winning. And in the November rally, if we all go back to it, right, and we start to remember just how crazy it was back in this time. If we looked at the prompt from 50 cents to like $1, let's say, right? We looked at that and we're like, oh, wow, it's going crazy. And all of a sudden, we started buying other random coins. It would have been pretty dumb. We could have taken it from $1 all the way towards $3, some $3.40 here, another 250% gains. Because a winner, again, very often stays a winner. This is the mindset that sometimes also wrecks you in the peak of market. But at the start of good markets, especially when it's going right now where ETH and all these others are not that crazy, I think this is also a winning attitude, right? And even some of the most wealthy people you'll find. I mean, how much money is Pentoshi worth? I don't think he's necessarily that good an influence to people. I wouldn't say that. But he has a couple of really simple takes that just get a lot of attention. And I have to agree with many of them, right? Adding to winners when given the opportunity. If the opportunity is solid, again, a good crash or something of that sort, another good entry, whatever you can establish them. I personally even think 340 for XRP is quite cheap. Why? Well, not because it's the best of opportunities from the broader perspective. We up a ton. But you got to consider, this is down 7.5%. This is down 7.5%. If we go back to that top, we are up 7.5%. Right? Think about that from that angle. You're getting yourself almost 8% cheaper with our entry just now, 8% cheaper than what you could have bought at yesterday. Right? At peak, a lot of people always ask me, should I be buying? Should I? Again, I'm not your financial advisor, but all I say is, if you were asking me at that point, then why would you even ask me when it's all of a sudden 10% lower? Pump is dropping like a rock. Yeah, Pump Fund is not doing good right now. T-Rex is going crazy. Let me open Pump Fund for fun. Pump USDT. I guess there is not even a week worth of action yet, huh? Shit. Oh, it is not doing too good, ladies and gents. Pump Fund is back to ICO price. But still, it's actually kind of okay. The fact that it's able to hold up itself at like 0.004, it's pretty nice. It's not too bad. Sharp AI is doing well. I'm happy to see that. Should sell my coins. Some of those coins like Sharp, I don't even know where I'm holding them anymore. I used to have I think I have at least 350 wallets. If you're doing a lot of stuff in crypto, you know that probably by some point you probably have 1,000 wallets. Even one of my family members who doesn't really do crypto too much, he has hundreds. Why? Because he's doing a lot of DeFi stuff, and every single time you want to make a new wallet for different things. But I probably have a few hundred of them. Many of them are kind of empty, but a lot of them have like a few $1,000, $1,000, like $10,000, $7,000, $40,000. It's just all over the place. Why? Because again, you might use one account for this, one account for that, one account for that. Trump has done signing. Yeah, it has officially been signed in. It officially got confirmed. We're all good. The act is in place. Double thumbs up. I don't even know how many thumbs up I should be giving you. All good, all in, amazing. Is any of you guys good with streaming? Do any of you guys know? How do I get the chat to be transparent? I was trying to watch a video on it, but I don't want to bore y'all with that. But this is like ugly, right? It should be an easy overlay, but I'm a bit afraid that it's a longer process. Chat as transparent over. Globetrotting says, just subscribe to the channel. How much caffeine are you running on exactly? It depends on the day. I mean, I just had 2 coffees, but they're not really kicking in hard. So I'm going to say not that much. And it's 5 p.m. So, I mean, I might drink 2 more throughout the day. Who knows? Not that much. I mean, to some you might say 4 is crazy. But I think, really, if you're in an office environment, 4 over a day, especially because it's not a big, it's like espresso, you know? You have a double espresso and a double espresso twice. Right, so a double espresso and a double espresso. I don't think it's that much. Honest truth. OBS or Streamlabs, whatever. I can use either. Because I also want to stream on X, so I might have to change it over from OBS to something else. Ruaz. But now people are saying use Stream Elements. I mean, I'm going to be here every mother freaking day, especially if the prices are a bit wild. So we got to make sure things are set up nice. I got to change the title as well. There you go. Salvador says, I pressed you expecting to be playing it. Wait, Trump is live now? What are you talking about? He's live again? Why would they... Oh, Trump is not live anymore. Salvador, he was live before. We watched it. John says, what about the Bitcoin whales dumping before the Gov forces audit requirements on stablecoins? I don't think that's an issue to worry about. First of all, because if it's really a Bitcoin whale, they don't care about whatever the government is doing, because obviously Bitcoin. Ronald says, coffee after sunset is asking for an all-nighter. I don't know. I drink my coffee at 10 without any issues. Ever. Do you keep it out of your heart rate? I stopped after I saw my heart rate was so high for so long. Yeah, I have like a WAP or whoop or whatever it's called on. I mean, how high was your heart rate? What are we talking? Like, how high? I can take a look. Resting heart rate, it's in the 50s, so I think we're okay. Yeah, 50s, 40s, 50s, 40s. Or are you going to tell me now that it should have been 30s and I'm cooked? At that point, then I don't know. If you're going to tell me, no, it should be lower. 50, 40, 50, 40, 50, 40. No, it's 50, 40. 40 and 40, something beginning of 50. Not 40 as in 40, but like 48, 49, 51, 52, 53, 54, 49, 48, 50. I think we're okay. Yours was 90. Yeah, that's not good. Derek says, if you come to the stream now and you see the chart, you have open. No, you're right. Sorry. I forgot that. Oh, shit, Derek. You're right. A lot of people think it must be XRP, and all of a sudden it's the pump chart going down to 0.04, looking like an exit scam. My bad. My bad. I was not thinking. To being says, Dusty, you got to look at SwiftC or something like utility token with an old DApp. With man, there's so many things I have to look at if you start talking about it. Mark says, great stream. Have a good weekend. Does that mean you're leaving or what, Mark? Dusty, talk a bit of Dutch. No! No Spanish, no Chinese, no Dutch. CBS is playing it live. Let's go see. Let's go take a look. What is CBS playing? I mean, you know, Trump can't be live no more because the White House literally stopped their stream, and we were watching it the whole time until they stopped it. But there could be that a website is playing something, but I think it's just a replication. You know, everybody's stopped their live streams. Everybody's done.
Ready to take the I think it shows that this country is ready to take the lead globally with digital assets, and it should be in the lead. Digital assets along with artificial intelligence are the two frontier technologies that are not just going to shape the future of the financial industry, but the future of every industry. So we're really happy about this. We think, and you know, we spoke about this last time from France, that connecting crypto technology to assets that have real world utility is how you actually unlock a tremendous amount of potential. I think it shows that this country is...
You know, he's got a point. And by the way, guys, if you're not yet subscribed, you might want to do that. Why? Because we're going to be streaming every single day. Until something crazy happens, which I guess was last night. We've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. If you didn't do it yet, make sure you press the like, but more importantly, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you want to be notified every single time something happens. I'm not so sure it's going to be a 9-hour thing because the price is doing okay, but like it's a little bit boring to watch. Like, it's not much. I mean, in terms of grids, like this is amazing for our bots, essentially, because they'll be able to cash out more profit. Like just over the last 2 hours, we made 3.14 XRP off of 5,000 XRP. This is really, really good because I always see it as free money. Not completely true, don't get me wrong. But the nice part is, it didn't actually go in at all. It's only long 5,000 XRP, even though I put in 5,000 XRP. And that's because it just wants to keep so much more for buying that bottom. And again, that's why to some extent, this number, you see the 5K actual and then 5X long. This 5K XRP times 5, right? This should be 25,000 XRP that it could go long. But for the most part, it's not in, right? For the most part, it's not doing the majority here because we put the price range as pretty low. And you got to understand, from these prices, that's basically 50% down. Whereas the upside is not, you know, that much. But so it thinks that from a range, we are more towards the upside than the downside, so it doesn't want to be in mostly. Let's see what you guys are saying. Motivation has used. I don't know what you're talking about, so maybe not show that. John says, for those in the US, don't forget if you get wrecked, sell and buy back. You will then lock in a huge loss and create a great tax write-off. Have to have an upside to everything. Don't just keep holding. Yeah, so one indeed interesting part about that could there in that logic be that if you indeed have a massive loss, or at least you are at a massive loss, if you sell it, you realize that loss and then go back in. The counter is, even though you have a nice sell-off, you are going to then also have to pay the capital gains tax on the win afterwards, right? So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, but at least maybe for the time being, you get a nice little tax cut, and you kind of push the tax for further in the future. And so people doing that, because essentially if you're trading, some of them might always be at a loss. For example, here right now, right? If I cash the virtual one out at minus 6K, right now I've got a deductible of minus 6 or like 6,000, let's say. If I don't cash the rest out, these are unrealized. Now I basically have, again, another little bit of room to just cash out something tax-free because I cashed this out. Or I open it again, right? And it's back at 0. It's now unrealized, but if I want to realize something else, I still don't have to pay tax. And that way, theoretically speaking, I can keep the system open and going and going and going because I'm realizing something that potentially went wrong. But then again, essentially, I still expect to make it back, but I just can realize it for a little bit. This guy's talking about a problem I don't want to address because I think that got my stream messed up last time. So sometimes, right, I look at people and I think, okay, if we grab the average intelligence, it means that most of the people, I'm going to say half the people, are under that. You have to sometimes realize that. If you grab the average intelligence, do you think that's really high, really low, or what? I always think, that's not too crazy high, right? The average. You got to realize half the people are under that line. So what this person is referring to here is these streams where, again, I can't address it too much. I'm not your financial advisor. I will never make guarantees. You cannot send me anything. I will never request your funds. I will never request money from you. I am not making you any guarantees. I do not do anything in that department. What he's talking about is that I send, let me just say it from my own perspective. I send one and he sends two back, right? It doesn't work. But I can never really fathom how anybody can fall for that type of scheme. It's so simple. But if you're above the age of 65, it's okay. But if you're just a person, 20s, 30s, you're falling for this, matter of fact, even if you're up to the age of 57, and you fall for such a thing, man, I got a bridge to sell you because I could never get that. Again, I'm not trying to shame them, but on the opposite side, is it really bad if I do? If you fall for something extremely stupid and it's so obvious, should I be in the power to shame you? So hopefully you never do it again because you're ashamed. If you feel like, no, I think you should really be ashamed that you were so reckless on the internet, thinking such crazy things. Again, if you're older, you're not used to the internet, 70 or something like that, I get it. I do get it, right? It's okay. But, you guys all know what I mean, right? I don't want to say too much because I'm afraid something might happen to the stream. I got to be a bit careful there. So, motivation here is talking about something else. Also, if you start using random ass places on the internet, there's so many things I got to explain. So, any platform you use when it comes to crypto stuff, they can all get wrecked. Even the ones you think are solid, they can't. Why? Remember Bernie Madoff? People never thought, at least when it was going on, that was all a shkabam. Most people thought, this is good, this is good. So even if it's completely approved by Wall Street and all the audits are being done properly, you think it might not be. So you can always lose anywhere. It could always happen. A company like NVIDIA, it could have been they actually, the newest chip line, for example, has actually been a shkabam all along. Now, there's so many people watching because it's the most profitable company, the number one company in the world. So maybe not, at that level, but a few layers down, it could happen that it's all a shkabam. It's going to eventually go bad, kaput, right? But there's a thin line, there's a very broad line between something that was really, really not obvious at all versus something that was really quite obvious. So sometimes I look at the comment section like right now, and people tells me the most random ass website. I said, yeah, it looked to be they gave me a 700% return a year. It was so but they didn't tell you how. They didn't tell you this, that. And you were like, oh, amazing. No. For example, the difference between, that's why he says, remember FTX? I do. That's why I'm bringing this up, right? Sometimes with those, you cannot know. Now, when I talk about, for example, these bots, I'm not telling you just trust it blindly. I would never. Why would I ever tell you that? All I'm saying is, here's exactly what it does. Here's how you can do it manually, but that's a lot of work. This can do it in an automated fashion if you wanted to, but you can use any platform for it. If you don't get how it works, you gotta assume that it is sketch. If you can't fathom where it's coming from, yabba dabba dabba doo. I don't know why I keep saying yabba dabba dabba doo. I don't know. I'm feeling yabba dabba dabba dooey. But people think, oh no, it's on the internet. It says right here, 700% must work. I mean, I got my $7 out. Doesn't mean it's gonna work forever. You gotta understand it a little bit. Even if I'm using it every single day, right? But you can't get where the numbers are coming from. You might eventually make a decision you don't fully support. Always get it before you go for something, is my opinion. But Dusty, how do I leverage trade? How do I do it? I want to try it with this, that. If you can't understand the concept of a leverage trade, first of all, you shouldn't be doing it at all because it is so incredibly simple. The idea that you're using leverage. To me, the concept is so freaking simple. If you can't get it, take some time to learn it. If you don't want to do that, you just want somebody to tell you, it's going to be a hard few months. If somebody needs to chew it out for you, get back in the game, all right? Realize it's not easy to make it to the top if you're not willing to put a little bit of effort in. If you're asking for tips, I get that completely. If you're asking for where am I doing it on, if you're asking, hey, how do they work? All fair, all good questions. Sure, you can ask. I don't mind. But if you're how does leverage work? Go type it into freaking ChatGPT. And then again, if you don't get it still, it's not, I personally think it's not for you. John says, do you using the trader bot grid count towards your trades if you're trying to get an LLC as a trader? Not asking for me, obviously. John, even if you were asking for you, I would have absolutely no idea. I mean, I think you'd have to you open a company in a different country for that, because depending on whether or not you can use the platform in the country, right, you might have to do it that way. So I'm not so sure how that's supposed to go. Man, the 𝗖𝗢𝗪𝗏 was one of the goated ones, though. I'm looking at it now, thinking, man, I'm so happy I got into that 𝗖𝗢𝗪 position. I was thinking of skipping it, but it's been one of the best ones thus far. That's why sometimes I just open random ass coins. And again, if people are asking me safe, essentially nothing, even Binance, Coinbase, they can all have issues. You can get locked out and it takes years to get your fund. Right? So to me personally, I just use what all my friends use that people trust with a few tens of millions of dollars. If they do, and they've been doing this space for a long time, I've met the founders, all that, that's as good as it's going to get. But, you know, even though, for example, I might have, you know, I might trust Bybit with so much money and all my money, matter of fact, I trust them. I still have to also think about my own security, and you have to think about the inevitable. They've got companies in Singapore, Dubai, probably offices in China and all that stuff everywhere. You can go visit the Singapore Bybit office. I've been there 15 times. Great friends with the CEO. Okay, can't say great friends, but they're all cool and this and that. You know, people always say, oh, but they have the bad reviews. What does that matter? I mean, if you've seen all the people in there, the only problem is it can't be an FTX. And Gallus says, why not use cold wallets? Because you don't really make money on that. I mean, if you're using Hyperliquid, something like that, you can. But otherwise, where's your Blowfin link? Do I not have one in the description? It's always normally in the description down below, like the bots or Payonex or all that stuff. Or maybe it's not for the stream, though. I don't know. Could be. Let me take a look. Oh, I didn't even have a list to my full bot list right there. Oh, okay, I see. Let me get that cooking real quick. Did you guys see my my funny video yesterday? I put a lot of effort into this. Challenge is right now at 40K. Like, it's congratulations. Are hating it so much that so many good things are happening to XRP holders right now. And I want to really take a good second here to state to every single one of you, congratulations. All right, this is a very slow clap, but I want to say congratulations to every single one of you who believe that this is going to hit the freaking all-time high. Right? We hit a freaking all-time high. Hey, what has been happening to these freaking charts, man? Whoa, man. And I'm not even talking about my XRP long, which, by the way, is all. Yeah, this was I was so proud after I made this, because I normally don't really do edits or anything like that, as you guys know. But I was so freaking proud when I made that. That was so funny to do. I had a good time there. But let me find my link indeed. Your heart rate wasn't 50. No, I was almost I went crazy. Let me quickly find that. Okay, so copy my bounce. Here we go. There we go. There you go. Change the description a little bit. This should be a bit more accurate now. SEC should drop the appeal. Yeah, but I mean, it's not happening right now. ETH has also fallen back below support. At support for the most part. Bitcoin back to 117. This is nice because even though you might see it as an opposite thing, I see it as the market recovering a little bit again, preparing itself for yet another crazy move. Again, for me, the altcoin season is basically here. So I'm not really too much worried about every single time it does go down. I'm more so worried about how much it goes down in terms of, do I actually actively buy, or is it going to go down a bit further? You know, those type of little worries. Doopy says, get ready for a heart rate at 250 when the next pump comes. You know, the thing is, we had a massive pump last night, though, and it was pretty okay. Like, I was moving, you know, I was in my mood. But in reality, I was pretty chill for the fact that it was the craziest day I have ever seen in crypto in the past, like, almost decade. Like, it was wild. You know, still think we did pretty okay. A lot of people came in, though. Yesterday was such a funny stream day, but I think as the market progresses, things are going to get so freaking much crazier. Like, historically speaking as well, this is like the slow parts. We're not even up 25, 30%, 40% today. Like, almost nothing is. Pump is down, SPX is down, some coins are down. Normally, in the great part of the bull market, every time you open, you're like, whoa! And sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. This is like, This is not a pump at all. I mean, over a weekly perspective, and the fact that we're like basically at an all-time high, that is huge. He was speechless sometimes. Man, can you understand? I mean, we've been waiting on this for years. All of a sudden, we are seeing the most crazy gains out of nowhere. I mean, it's, yes, season for it, but only XRP and XLM and maybe HBAR and stuff went on a massive run. Most coins like ETH weren't even close to an all-time high yet. Like, what? Where's everybody watching from right now, by the way? Like, we got about 660 people in still. Where are y'all watching from? Right now, it's about 5:20 p.m. We've been going live for how long? About 3 hours. Today we got, because every time, you know, the longer I go, the more it changes over. The more Europeans start to go to bed, and the more the tide shifts there. We got Arizona from John. John is in Arizona. We got other John in Chicago. We got Dutang in San Diego. 420, says Bryce. Mrs. XRP not saying. We got observer in California. Northern California. Nobody ever says that. Car in Chula Vista, USA. All right. Germany, Southern Oregon, Atlanta. Ireland here. 2122. Been with y'all since 20 minutes into your stream. Ah, that's nice. LeBron James. Right now. California, South Africa, Ireland. You think we'll pump today? Brother, I think every day is a good day. If it's pump or dump, every day is a good day to be watching these charts. And again, I'm not your financial advisor. I'm not making any guarantees. But if I was new, what I do is just get a position in anywhere, even if it's just $1. And then try to, over time, just better that position. Because why? Well, it tends to be better, I think, for people to just get started with investing in some strange way or form. We're breaking down, by the way. We're breaking through. Maybe we're going back to our entry here. 338. 338, 339 hit. ETH 3,500 again. ETH below 3,500. Bitcoin still 117. Mrs. says night pumping coming. Now, well, right now we're seeing a night dump, all right? But I guess, you know, if you think about it from another angle, people got to take a little dump before, you know, when they go to bed maybe sometimes, you know? Maybe that's what we're seeing right here. It's also quite peculiar. We did not dump based on Trump's signing. It was not a buy the rumor, sell the news event. But now pretty quickly afterwards, we are coming down. Again, Bitcoin, everything is coming down. That is quite a peculiar movement. Why is the market not pumping? Are you seriously asking me that question? What do you mean, why is it not pumping? Sometimes it pumps, sometimes it dumps. Right now, prices are coming back down a little bit again because this is a blessing. You know, they're giving you another good entry. That's how I see it always. I mean, Ethereum is at sub 3,500. I still think this is not bad entry spots. I'll buy another $20,000 here. There we go. But another 20K worth of ETH. The problem is my ETH trade is only 3x leverage. So even though we put in 65K, it's only 200K that we got. I can buy a bit more. I can buy another 20K. Shit, it's going up too much. Buy another 33K or something. There we go. Buy another 50K worth of ETH, I think. I'm not sure. I think it's about 50K that we bought just now. At 3,500 again. So I'm turning a bit more. Now it's about a 250K ETH position. XRP still at 38. Still let her buy from previously. By the way, do not copy me, all right? I'm not your advisor. I'm just showing you what I'm doing. But we're not 100% sure it's going to work or anything. All we're doing is making best use of the opportunity, I sometimes think. But then again, it could go down significantly lower and take a lot of people out, as it does. You have to be a bit afraid of that. If you're not afraid even a little bit, you've lost touch with the reality of the situation, which is the market sometimes goes in and goes down hard before things get better. Are you on Bybit? This platform I use here is Blowfin. as you can see right there. Link is always in the description down below. And then the other one I'm using for the bots is called Payonex. Link is also always down below. And again, we have to understand also, the reason I, for example, didn't put the lower bound of my BTC bot all the way towards like 100 something, is because you always got to keep in the back of your head that we could go down very, very significantly. Even if we are really, really bullish over the next few weeks or months, you do got to understand that that is a side note of it, right? That you can see another crash and before things get better. And to make sure your mental stays in the game, this is why we have a very broad range. I will change the picture of our stream to something else, because we're not indeed pumping really too much. They just gave me options for a quick massage. In a letter, like, I'm gonna get a 30-minute massage. Like, what? All right, interesting. We shall put that on the floor. What is that? Okay. Back to buy. All right, let me put a different. I'll put a right now type of post. And also, I gotta just tell y'all again, this is one of those points where a lot of people will come in and stress so hard that they exit everything or something like that at a loss, a massive loss. And it turns out that even though sometimes they're making a good idea, it can be a good idea, because you end up selling at a pretty high price for where it's about to crash towards, right? I told y'all yesterday, every single person I told, when the market was moving up so much, right? Take a look here, where we sold at. I said, guys, if you're in a position where you can change your life, whatever, you can see where we sold it, exactly right there, at the top of the top. We didn't know that was going to be the top. It turned out to be that like that afterwards, right? You can see we sold right there. It's because when you look at it, it's like, if I'm afraid, if I'm going to get stressed out, this, that, I should sell. The thing is, this was also at minus 100K, and I was holding it comfortably because I know that it goes both ways. But you saw me sell out my Solana position yesterday for like 1 or 2K profit, right? This hype was also at like 5K profit, and I didn't sell. Why? I thought it was going to go up more, but now looking at it, it's minus $2,000. That's the counter to every one of these positions. And that's why I often say that the upside can be super, super nice, but the downside can sting like a mad freaking stinger if you turn out to be wrong, which is why you always want to keep a balance and make sure your leverage is not too high. And that's also why we cashed out a good $40,000 just last night. Just to make sure you keep a steady flow going and you don't stress out too much. Because this could be the craziest time ever, sure, but it could also sting like crap if you are wrong for a bit. And again, maybe eventually it'll work itself out, which it tends to do, but on the short term, that doesn't mean it's going to not eventually, or for a little bit, look like a really, really bad time. And the reason I keep saying that exact same line over and over again is because nobody knows exactly whether it's going to go up down or up or down tomorrow, right? Nobody knows. And just to keep yourself from stressing out too much into making irrational decisions, it almost always is better to just, underperform a little bit by keeping yourself a bit more sane than overperform, and overdo things. Some people that I know are like flexing with the craziest of positions. And it can be nice, really. But ultimately, you also have to understand that, just because they're doing it doesn't mean you are comfortable with doing it that way. And Bitcoin right now is back below 117. We're at 116.8. So all the other coins like Ethereum are also falling right now. Why is Bitcoin dumping? Well, again, it's just a market. So even the S&P goes up and down. It doesn't necessarily have to be because of anything. It's supply and demand. And at some point, in this case here now, we can have a position where, for example, Trump's signing has just been done. People are like, what is the next big thing to wait for? And maybe it takes some time for people to realize that. Ultimately, what I personally think is because it's ETF season, because it became the most profitable one, because it's treasury company season, where all these treasury companies are buying massive amounts of all these coins, we basically get the position to buy in before they are. And I see the probability of a massive crash as being quite low. Ultimately, though, you have to still understand that even though we understand the fundamentals, like I just said 1,000 times, it can still be a bumpy road. Dude, can you explain the bots using short? I'm not sure if you mean to use short bots, because you can also do that, by the way, if you think the price will go down. You can, for example, click on any bot, and there's always a button. I'm not sure how it is on the... Here we go. Parameters. You can also press reverse or something like that. You can actually just make a short bot if you wanted to. Crypto week has ended. No, actually not. Trump has more to sign, by the way. John says, I feel like we will bounce off at $3 over the weekend. Which way it goes is up in the air from there. All right. Why, though? Thanks. So, again, if you're always looking for a why, you're going to have a really, really tough time in markets. Because most of the moves will never be able to be explained. Ifran says, selling season has officially started. No, it started a long time ago. Because people like to sell at all-time highs because it's the highest point they could have ever gotten for it. One of my friends texted me, Dusty, make sure you sell all your XRP this time because it's an all-time high. And I said, well, It does make sense where you're coming from. But to counter it, I'll say, if I think it's going to go so much higher over a few month time span, would it not be a waste? And that is indeed a difficult question to answer. Because in the short term, it's the best trade you've ever done, right? Because you're at an all-time high. It's the highest price point you could have ever sold at, which almost always should mean like, oh, sell then. The counter is, you know, if you're doing that with that logic, you're selling at a pretty low all-time high potentially. But then again, nobody's ever gotten in a bad spot by selling the highest point ever, right? Because profit is profit. It just means it might be less profit. But then again, we got to understand, 340 is what we're at right now. Dusty, 100%. You sold at least 10%. I think for most people, it's wise to sell maybe even more than that. But we sold about 10% of the position, yeah. But my spot, I'm still holding all the way because I just don't care enough, right? I'm even fine with holding that for like 5 years. But again, the reason I'm keeping this in is not to flex. You got to understand, like right now, for example, we're back into it. It's just to show people, I just bought ETH at 3,500. Right now it's back down to 3,490 something, right? I could buy again. I'm not. I'm just going to wait it out. So it could have been a really bad buy at 35. One of my friends bought a few $1 million worth of ETH right here. I'm buying just what, 30, 50,000 or something like that. The thing is, it's all relative because I'm putting into perspective that if the market goes against us, we go back to like 1,500, I'm going to have a really bad time holding this ETH long, right? Because it's going to be down what? Let's say $120,000. Which again, I can handle, but it's not going to be fun. And the reason I always do it like low leverage, maximum 10x, maybe sometimes 15x like with the Bitcoin long, it's because the account size can accommodate it. But if it wasn't, I mean, the Bitcoin longs in that sense are quite fine, even with higher leverage, I think. But as you go to smaller and smaller alts, it just gets hard mentally. And the bots make it a bit easier because they keep going. But even then, I don't like watching my portfolio go up and down this much. Right? I prefer if it's just straight up. But then again, I also realize that great things take time. We shouldn't get too impatient. And if I consistently buy, and this is the thing I know in the back of my head, if I just consistently buy, don't look too much at the price, as long as it's in margin where, again, I can consider a drop downwards that's not too much, right? For example, if I can find a way to just maybe add more buys or maybe keep going until ETH is at what? 2,500? I don't think we're going to this bullish of a market drop that much. I mean, XRP right now at $3.30, it could definitely go to $3. It's only a 10% drop. It could drop further, maybe $2.70. A 20% drop is still not too crazy in a bull market. We've seen that many times before. But I'm not expecting too far a drop no more. Here you can see, basically, we made ourselves the daily high. Remember, we talked about it before, right? It made itself the daily high and has fallen from there right now. This is 350, by the way. Why is the market dropping? It's a market. It's supply and demand. There's no one specific thing. You could argue that it's Trump signing the bills into place and the most important parts have happened, but also what comes up must come down. You don't have to keep asking why is something happening. The S&P goes up and down even without announcements. Everything goes up and down without announcements. This is nothing. If you are afraid of a small 1-2% drop, you're going to have a really bad time in the markets. This is nothing. If it's dropping 25%, probably something happened. This is normal market behavior. What would you expect? The market to go only plus? That would be delusional to expect that. That is craziness. We didn't do anything. We're not moving at all. Some people are taking profit. Some people probably started shorting because they think the market moved down. We're not doing anything at all. Why is it? Oh, what's going on? We're down like 3%. Hey, Dusty. Thank you. Bought a new M5 touring today and sold only 10% of my holding. All thanks to you. No, all thanks to yourself. No thanks to me, brother. All I'm doing is sharing my strategies, my journey, but you're the one, doing it all. So all thanks to yourself. But congratulations, bro. Happy to hear that. Today we got a couple of really, really juicy stories of people getting in some really, really nice things. You know, partially the guy becoming pilot, partially here this guy buying a freaking BMW M5. Amazing. Usually broke people ask why you go down. I mean, it could be rich people, it could be broke people, we don't know. Trying to get a car, but the market went down. When? The market's up tremendously. What are you talking about? We are like 117,000 per Bitcoin, $3,500 in ETH, 3.38 per XRP. We're doing really, really good still. Ethan says I need an entry. I mean, just now was a pretty interesting entry. You don't know if it's going to last, but this was statistically a pretty good entry. Again, I'm not making any guarantees. I'm just saying relatively, this was a pretty cheap point because this is the lowest point basically of since the last pump, right? So again, you're getting yourself basically an 8% discount from buying the top, which is not that much, but on the opposite side, it's pretty good. Because you could have aped in yesterday at the top, and you didn't. You bought a relatively 8% lower point. Rob says, I watched you since the beginning when you didn't show face. I've learned a lot. Didn't start leverage trading until last year, and I bought a house with XRP. Amazing to hear, brother. A house with XRP. So many cool stories today, man. I love watching all that. Let's see. What do you guys think? You guys think up or down? Who thinks XRP is going to pump today? Who thinks XRP is going to dump today? What do you guys think? Let's see. Back to 340? Whoa, wait a minute. A lot of people right now have changed to dump. Back to 340, Ja? What, Ja? And again, this is where my bots shine. Because the bot was now able to... Get rid of this one. The bot was now able to buy the dip, right? And now as we go back up, you can see now... In 3 hours, it's made about 5 XRP profit. You might think 5 XRP, this does nothing. It's 5 XRP is 5 XRP. Over a yearly period, this is 300% in a year. Meaning I could have, could be doing pretty good here. For just letting my idle XRP go its course right there. I do feel as if I should also need like a little bit of music of sorts, just to sometimes have a bit of nice background noise for in case I'm all of a sudden going quiet. But yesterday the song I was playing was maybe a bit too wild for a lot of people, right? There's one song which I had, which was like more like Brazilian funk or something like that, I think. Where was it now? I can't turn it off. Welcome to Apple Music. I'm getting all these little click buttons. Yeah, that gets the heart rate going. It does. That indeed gets the heart rate going nice and pumpy. Damn. Oh, what a nice bounce. It's pumping to the music. Should we continue on? Yeah, yay or nay? Somebody said tweaker ammo. Oh, but it's working though. It's working. It's, you see? You see? What? We're going. I only got myself like one song though. You want the name? I'm gonna gatekeep this one. Nobody can have my songs. Don't Shazam it! No. These are mine. Let me get you another one. How do I? My ears, dog. Zill type of mood, so I thought let's hit us up some. Let's hit us up some. But you know, still the problem is I haven't tested it out yet. If I can just get any type of song going and later on just get the stream fine, or if the stream is instantly going to be wrecked. This is the part I don't know for sure. Funk, what else? Sing to me, dog. I don't know. I'm no freaking music police. All right, whatever you want to name it, it's fine with me. Let me find the tab though. Let's go. Let's get some more. Don't be shy. Get some more. That's what we're doing right now. Let's get this one. I'm just downloading different ass songs. Sometimes you got to take some risks. Has anybody actually bought some XRP in the last couple of days? Or are you guys all just selling or looking to sell all that? Like who's actually on the opposite side of this still? It is funny, we go for a song and then no more music, it's not working, guys. You're saying music stopped? Yes. Because the market goes against us, we cannot enjoy. Put the other song back on. And the first song, it made the market go up. All right, if this does not work, we've tried our best. It's the same song, but then the crazy version, no? This one? And for any of you that do not like the songs, just say, stop the songs, and I'll stop it. Don't worry about it. I think it's the same song, but then a different version. I'm just going by what the majority wants. Oh. Oh. Come on, XRP. We tried. I mean, it's up a good bunch since we started. I'll leave some song names down below. Let me put them down below for you. All right. I'll put the songs that I put right in there. Oh, I might put them in the description in a second, actually. Maybe that's nicer for the people who made the song. Put them at the bottom. There we go. I put 3 songs in the description down below. Oh! We're going again? We're going crazy, but sounds like AI music. It could, I don't think so, man. We're just at 342 though. It could be way crazier. This is still nothing. Original do Brasil, play it. I can't play the same song. You want me to play the song again? Really? Again? The same song. I'm not gonna go dance. Just you want the same song? I'm not doing no dance. I can't do this up. I mean, it's too low. Speakers are blown anyway. Start dancing, but I can't. Everybody, if you haven't done it yet, make sure you go ahead and press that like button. Come on! Oh, you thought it was coming, huh? No. Nope. You're not getting it. The market's moving down. You thought it was coming, but no. I know how you must be feeling right now, but it's unfortunate. Dutch says, what is your coming in with the €6? Appreciate that, man. Says, what is your expectation for the market from now to January 2026? I still believe we're gonna do like a 10x for the most. Come on, we need a little bit of green. Come on, just a little bit of green. Just a little bit. Come on. Just take out that so we can play the song again. 34283. Come on. We've overdone it, boys. Sometimes you can only be lucky, a few times in a row. Somebody's listening upstairs. No, I changed from loudest script to my AirPods. This is not Brazilian funk. I have no freaking idea what type of funk it is. I don't care. It's a good song. That's all we care about. Don't scream, you're in a hotel. Yeah, you got a good point. But again, if somebody's in front of the door, open the door. You see, it's not like far, you know what I mean? This is still the trash the lady didn't take out because she never came into my room. Like, it's far, but it's not that far. It's like, we got the couch over there still. If you're wondering what the stream setups look like couch, like nice little, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Little championship or something. We got some fruits, got some cookies, got some sodas. And then over there, you can't see because I can't take you. That's the bedroom. But, why would you want to see a bedroom anyway, right? And then there's the shower and stuff. And there's the toilet over there. And then there's like the coffee machine, all that stuff over there. But it's like, from window, which is here, to the other side, it's not that far, you know what I mean? Like, they can hear. It's not like there's a door in the middle or anything like that. Hidden says, are we going for the 8 hours again? Nah, dude. No way. There's just a huge air vent right there. Yeah, maybe if you're hearing you guys saying play the song. Guys, I can't play the same song all these freaking times, no? I don't know. Some of you guys have some issues, man. Do you in the car when you're on the way to work, you just play the same song 44 times? If we see something crazy happening, I'll keep this song in the back of my head. AP says we like it. But it's the same song! Dusty, can you open 𝗕𝗃𝗪𝗃 song? Is that the song from before the... Is that the song? Or is that a different song? Not the song? Not like. Then I don't know, bro. A war song. Is it non-copyright to motivate people? Let's see. Maybe I can. 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗬. I'm not finding anything when I type 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗬, brother. I don't know what you're trying to type in. Maybe you're speaking Turkish to me, brother, but I don't know. A lot of it are acoustic, so yeah, we like to repeat. Fair enough. Bro, hamster by what? If I drop a link and you look, no. Don't drop a link. You might get yourself banned in the chat by accident. Ah, there we go. 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗬. Copy and paste. Oh, kiss is Tarka. Let's get him 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗬, whatever. All right, let's get it going. Let's see. See what this is all about. I am not playing this. There's absolutely no way I'm clicking this song, dude. This is a good freaking parade, though. They made their video. I don't know what they did here, but this is looking stunning. It makes me want to stand in line right there. Just, this is some good, how do you call it? Choreography, man. Look at that. Like a billion people over there. With the nose flutes, amazing. This is your motivation song? Out of everything you could have chosen, you had all the options in the world. System of a Down? What are y'all in the world? What are y'all tired of? Tired of? Copyright. Yep. But I gotta test it out soon. If I just play it for like a little bit, for example, if they already copyright claim or what exactly is gonna happen. And more importantly, it's not. I don't care that much if they claim it. It's more if the stream doesn't work in any place anymore. So I gotta test it out, but I don't want to do it on such a long stream, right? I need to do it on like a short one. All of a sudden, what if the entire stream is wasted? Habibi, no copyright, no problem, brother. Play You and Me Flume remix. Again, I'm afraid that all the things y'all are mentioning have copyright issues. You and Me Flume remix. It's looking a bit suspicious, dog. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but it looks a bit interesting to click this song. Like, you know, I appreciate you, Alonzo, but I didn't expect you to, you know, I didn't expect you to pick this song, to be honest with you. All right. Fair enough. To each their own taste, I guess. Oh. Oh. It's impossible. Okay, come on. We move it. Holy shit, that actually worked, man. How does this keep up? No. No, I can't do it again. 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 You know, again, the problem I have is the copyright situation. Appreciate you for coming with the 5 reais? Keep playing it, brothers. I can't play the same song 40 times. I can't do that. There's nobody gonna be left watching. It's just gonna be the 4 of us. No way. Guys, I can't. I can't keep this up. No, we can't. No, I can't. Man, I'm tired, boss. Brother. Somebody else needs to go dancing. No. Man. No. We're playing the same song 44 times. No. You guys are insane. this thing. Good freaking man. I mean, I don't, kind of from a certain angle don't want to hear this song ever again in my life because I've heard it too many times in a row. But on the opposite side, this is a freaking good ass song for a good pump, dog. This is like, it fits crème de la crème. It just fits. Oh, très bien, huh? Oh, this was good. And I found it by accident because I made my video yesterday. Again, yesterday I just had the inspiration. I felt like, you know what? We about to do something crazy. And for all of you that didn't watch it, I'm so proud of this. I edited a video for the first time in so long.
That has not been seen today. And I want to really take.
And YouTube thinks you should skip this part.
To every single one.
It gives a big notification like skip. Every time. Oh, now it's not coming, but it gave it before. It says like skip this part. Here, you see? It says like skip it.
I want to say congratulations to every single one of you who believe that this is going to hit the freaking all-time high. Wow, what the top, right? We hit a freaking all-time high. Hey, what has been happening to these freaking charts, man? Whoa, man.
And I'm not even talking about my XRP long, which I should go to a mental asylum, I think. I think I should definitely be locked up for that. I don't know, man. DJ Fiend says, keep dancing and looping this song. The views want it. XRP wants it. Fate wants it. It's XRP Pump theme song. Let me give you a heart. Maybe you're right, DJ Fiend. I mean, the Pump It Up song has copyright issues. Who thinks DJ Fiend? I think DJ Fiend might be onto something here. Thank you for the $5, by the way, DJ Fiend. We missed 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗏𝗧𝗏. Brother, I can't. But this is crazy. Hey, we gotta do this for fun, all right? Everybody that was here during this, one of my craziest streams ever, quickly log yourself in the chat, all right? Just say like, I was here. Just forever, we gotta remember who exactly was watching me when I lost my mind, all right? The moment I turned to, from a sophisticated trader, trading millions of dollars daily to, pump it up song, pump song goes, the moment I started to lose my mind, you might want to put it in the chat here. Because maybe this is the start of a downfall, and every single day it just gets a little bit worse. All right? There's a possibility that from here on forward, it just starts going down and down and downhill. Right? The next day, all of a sudden, I'm going to be like, and we're going to sing songs and like, you know? Now, to some extent, it's still quite normal. Like, I can still consider myself to be quite sane. But then again, I think every single insane person kind of thinks they are sane, when in reality, they've completely lost it. So when I started streaming last night for almost 10 hours, now I'm starting to, it's starting to kind of maybe reach to me that maybe the issue is already too high up there. You understand what I mean? Like, maybe I'm actually already lost and I've been for a while, and this is all just cope. You know, I've already been crazy for a good long time. The more I'm starting to think about it, the more but maybe that's the thing. The fact that I can still think about it means I've not lost my mind. Another very fair possibility. It's you know, we will not know for sure, no. Anyway, guys, if you're watching this stream, if you're not yet subscribed, you might want to do so, all right? You don't get anything from subscribing, but maybe you enjoy the streams. For that reason, you might want to subscribe. That's it, actually. Danny says, I was watching, felt asleep, and woke up hearing you screaming. Yeah, you can't sleep around me, dog. No, nobody's sleeping. All right, I'm waking up your neighbors. I'm waking up everybody. Did you get the suit again? Suit? Sub for the dance moves. Appreciate that, James. All right. I see. We went from 64 to 65. Appreciate that, James. James is now part. Every single one of you, you're now locked in history. Deneen with the ooga booga. That's you had a few words to say for the history. You said ooga booga. All right. AJ is spamming us a little bit. I don't appreciate that too much, but hey, we got Chris in here. We got Yuval. We got P Man. Out of all the places, that all the names, that's the one you chose, Mr. P Man. All right. Pie Man maybe, but I think XRP because the logo. So P Man. We get Babari. I was here. Turbo sub to Krusty. Nice. Dill. He's insane. You see. Morris is present. Miss XRP was here. Zhao Joaquim was here. Mikey. Veni Veti Veci. History Bear, of course. History. AP was here. Yep, the usuals, huh? John was also still here. Erasha. Your tube was here. The locals, the ones that are always here. Right? I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You guys are keeping me in the loop of insanity, so I don't know. But ultimately, if we're talking about our traits, like, we're not doing bad. Like, I mean, if we're thinking about it, like, I must actually have a little, like, sticky loose or some, but it's not like we're doing bad or anything like that. Like, it's a double-edged sword right there. Because maybe it's actually the mental illness that is, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that word too loudly, that is making our trades pop off, you know? We are in 6 XRP profit since the start. I thought you had hit the bump when I was here. I am completely sober off of anything you might even think of. No alcohol, no nothing. 2 espressos, maybe this. But yeah, I'm pretty tame actually. Matter of fact, I think if the times were a bit different, you'd see me watching just like this. But I'm actually hyped up because coins are moving again and the song freaking worked. Which I don't fully understand the concept of how that song could have worked. Like, conceptually, I don't fully get. But, like, the last couple of days, I told y'all before, right? If you've been watching the stream for... Guys? It may be time again. Maybe Tonro says, look at the curve chart making me bags. Do I have can I open a curve bot? That's also what I wanted to do, but did I have it? Oh, we can open a curve bot. What? Curve has been going insane. Shit. Okay, do I want to get a curve bot in now? Uh-oh. Debatable. I want to open up a curve bot, but I want to also look at the chart. Okay. Oh. Identify local. Hi. Hello. I need to also switch the chat around every time. Oh, but the curve has gone on a monstrous rally. I can't open a bot here. This is impossible. I mean, it was 49 cents just now, like a few days ago. 10 days ago, 8 days ago. I have a curve back, but it's not as By the way, if you're wondering, this platform, the black one, right, I'm using, the link for that is it's Blowfin right there. It's the one I use. And for the bots and all that stuff, it's Payonex. It's most of the links down there in the description down below. Buy high, sell low. No, you know what the nice thing is? With my bot strategy, the nice thing is, even if you buy high, right? Like we did, for example, with Algorand. If you, for example, buy your way down and you actually have a good strategy, it doesn't actually matter that much wherever I get in. Especially because I can just buy in with like $1,500 with nothing, basically. For my average size, $1,500 is a lot of money. That song is corny as hell. I like this song. It's a good song. To be honest, it does work though. You can call it corny or gay all you like. It has worked pretty beautifully though. Not gonna lie. So curve, the problem at hand is it's up tremendously. Like this is a exponential chart. And even though I don't mind holding curve for like a longer time, specifically when you take a look at the fact that is what's going insane earlier as well, like $1.30 is not that far out of reach. I could just start entering here, for example, low 0.5. 1.4, 1.36 maybe. We could do 3x even if we wanted to, but I'm just going to put 1500 in. There we go. I'll just get a curve bot going. There we go. Chilling at the pool watching the stream. What a flex. Price is currently trying to push through 50 EMA on the 15 minute. Look at this. Our buys have indeed been pretty funny when you look at the overall chart. Buy, sell. Okay, you see it? Buy, sell, sell. Sell more. Buy again. The songs are on the description, the songs I put. They're on the description of the stream. Damn! So anybody who got in there at my entry as well, that's pretty solid, man. It's a pretty good entry. You know, and even I'm also an income, I also have this duality inside of me where I'm like, okay, I should double down even more. Bull market vibes, double down, take a chance. On the opposite side, I'm also thinking, man, I know that if the market does move down, I'm going to be here like, if I go really, really hard on my longs. Because we're already, I think like maybe, and just Bluffen and Pionex together, I think we're longing maybe 3 million or something, which again, for my average is not that crazy, but still, like, keep it in the back of my head that if the market does move down, every 10% you move down is 300K. But from another angle, every time you go up, it's 300K. Every 10% you go up, it's 300,000. Like if that's the middle part right there. Thomas says you're going to smash it on that CRV bot. Watch. Yeah, Curve is an interesting coin, but I think if ETH goes for a nice little pump here, we could see CRV do massive. But again, I'll remind you all of the strategy. The reason, my camera's a bit stuck, not too much. The reason I opened it very little is because we open at a really high point, right? So since we do not know if CRV is going to go up or down, we didn't really look, we just wanted to open something. I open it with very little, and then as the price goes down, right, I double it. We try to do it for Algorand, but why does this sometimes happen? Again, I presume they didn't take my be good. No, I'm still streaming. It's always the scariest thing, guys, because that also happens when they ban you. So yeah, CRV. So we're doing the plan was also to do it for Algorand, right? But you can see over the last 4 days, we've actually cashed out 5% already. Now, to some people that are, bull market hungry, they think 5% is nothing. But this is cashed out. This unrealized P&L is from the position. This is just from buying and selling as the price went up and down, up and down, up and down. So we bought Algorand at a stupid time, but because the price kept down lower and lower and lower, it actually was able to buy lower, 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 lower as well. And that way, now that the price is back up, it was actually able to sell a ton. And that's the idea with Curve as well. We do not know if it's going to go up or down, but it doesn't matter because that's part of the strategy here for it. It was already able to sell once for about 3 cents, so not that much. But hey, already in the 4 minutes. That's why I call these things so beautiful. Because if you set them up nicely, it can be really, really good. Again, I'm not your financial advisor. I'm never making any guarantees. It's all your own thing, So this is also interesting. Somebody is watching this stream. Oh, I see I'm stuck. Somebody's watching this stream and then commenting under another stream of mine, the video of my stream. You're like, woo, what song is it? I was here. But why are you commenting that under a different stream in the comment section instead of here in the chat? Hey Dusty, can you open bots on Blowfin? The problem is people can't copy them yet on Blowfin. There's a lot of functionality that's still missing. Buy Pengu? You sleeping? I have Pengu. I have a Pengu bot as well. It's right here. Pengu's down a good bunch right now. Maybe because of the pump fund situation, I don't know. But it's doing good before. Astronomer CEO Andy Byron and CPO 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗏𝗏 have both been placed on immediate leave. The company this comes after the company launched a formal investigation. I mean, there's not much investigation necessary. Mike says, why? It is not illegal to date coworkers. Unethical, yes, but not illegal. Gee. We're slowly but surely coming back up. Yeah, it depends on company policy. That's true. Dusty, what platform you stream on? We're on YouTube right now, bro. That's it. I need to go set up, first of all, how to get a proper chat in here, like a transparent one. I need to do that. And I want to also stream it together on maybe X or something. So I'm even thinking now, I'm going to probably go down right now for a bit, grab some dinner, because it's like in the lounge, just so I can grab it. And if something crazy happens, we'll be back later with the stream. But also, I got to look up some stuff to talk about. Because right now, we're watching the price, but not too much is happening. We're not crashing, we're not pumping, we're doing nothing. We watched the Trump situation. That was the most interesting part. We've already been streaming for about 4.5 hours. If something crazy happens, I'll be back. But also, I want to try and make the stream a little bit better by setting up, like I said, the multi-streaming and the nicer chat. So make sure, if you've not done it yet, that you stay subscribed to the channel. Because if we're back again, maybe in an hour already, maybe in a few hours, I do not yet know, I'm back here. And DJ Fiend says, stay on YouTube. I'll be doing both. It's not, you know, like I will stop YouTube. I'll stay here forever, of course. But YouTube has had its difficulties, whether, for example, sometimes take down videos, take down streams, all this stuff. And I want to make sure that people know I'm always going to be on both. Ooh, another green candle. I'm always going to be on both. But if the price does something, I'll be right back here. So don't worry about it. I'll probably be back in a little bit anyway, but I'm just going to take a little break, get some food here, maybe walk a little circle outside. Otherwise, I get 0 steps a day. So if you want to trade the way I trade, you can find Bluff and you can find Phoenix. Both links are down below. And I expect y'all back if I come back for another stream later today, all right? The minute you leave, it will break out. We'll be right back. So I don't mind that at all. Y'all have been amazing. It was a good couple of hours. We've been here for 5 hours, though. Keep that in the back of your head. Make sure you press that like button if you enjoyed the stream. And hopefully I'll see you guys again in a few hours or something like that. And again, like I said, make sure you press that subscribe button. If you want to try the bots, links are down below. If you want to try my trades, whatever, links are down below. And that's about it, guys.